Good morning, and welcome to the May 19th meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. Would you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Pine. Here. Supervisor Horsley.
Here.
Supervisor Slocum. Here. Supervisor Tissier. President Groom.
Present. So now is the time for public comment. This item is reserved for people who wish to address the board on any county-related matter that are as follows: not otherwise on this meeting agenda, listed on the consent agenda, the county manager's report, or board member reports.
You don't even have to give it back.
I have Teresa Dyer.
Good morning, County Supervisors and staff. I am here to give you information indirectly related to my fraud case, and I have written the names of the judges involved that I was told that had an affair, and to let you know that my civil rights are continuing to be violated. I am referring to I want you to refer Steve Wagstaff to investigate the latest ones that has to do with the contracting board. And it's important that he contact me immediately, otherwise I was instructed to go to the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Marcia Yates.
My name is Marcia Yates, and I'm a resident of Coastside, Moss Beach. I moved to the coast 5 years ago and commute to Mountain View daily. One of the reasons I moved to the coastside was to change my daily rush hour urban mentality. If you are stuck in a lot of traffic out at the beach, your view is the Pacific Ocean, not a shopping mall. The Connect the Coast project is working very hard to change the commuter experience of the coastside roadways. Their perceived improvement is bringing urban congestion by adding stoplights, widening, and then narrowing the roads, thus making bottlenecks where there were no bottlenecks before. Urban planning at its best, destroying a rural setting. The public comes to the coastside to escape their daily work lives, away from stoplights, wide freeways, and planned congestion of urbanization. The Connect the Coast project has lacked transparency. Their public meeting was a very lame attempt by the project manager and the consultants to show what was being considered, how it would affect the coastside traffic. The general takeaway was that the plans were made, here's what you get, we really don't care about what you care about, and how they're spending our money on road expansion, stoplights, and their wanting public input was just pretty much lip service. We would like to see a study on how that $150 million could improve public transportation for commuters to neighboring cities, to neighboring train stations, to the airport, to BART, and for beach visitors. Buses and shuttles, which have vibrant schedules, could do a lot to relieve congestion on our roadways. I'm not against growth. I'm not against visitors. Can I finish?
Ms. Yates, a couple more seconds.
Okay. I believe the organizations who are working on these plans should be less anxious in spending our money and more mindful of how it's spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martin Fox.
Good morning, President Groom, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Malpe, and County Council Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county, especially on this eve of Memorial Day. Thank you again, Supervisor Pine, for accompanying the HOT team in South San Francisco and letting us know that you observed a few people living with mental illness on the street who are so paranoid they regularly refuse services. You didn't have to do that. I know that. I appreciate it. Thank you again, Supervisor Horsley, for investigating psychiatric emergency room admissions and letting us know that one of the people admitted for evaluation was so treatment resistant and non-compliant that they were admitted over 70 times. Thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. Thank you again, Mr. Maltby, for reporting that you found recidivism will be reduced by implementing Laura's Law to the members of the Community Corrections Partnership more effectively and efficiently than relying on policies and procedures which limit treatment to persons living with mental illness who volunteer for treatment. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Wagstaff, for personally reporting the results of your investigations of officer-involved shootings of persons living with serious mental illness directly to the community. Other prosecutors have used grand juries. All of you are courageous leaders that give hope for a better future to the community, and especially the parents and children. Please continue to lead our children and our grandchildren towards that shining city on a hill when we are gone. Finally, and most importantly, please let your families and loved ones know that they help you do what makes a positive difference in the lives of many, many people. They didn't have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy Memorial Day.
Mr. Fox, thank you very much. There are no more speaker cards for public comment. And so with that, we will now take action to set the agenda and to approve the consent calendar items.
I'll make,
Second.
and I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Okay,
Second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. The consent calendar is approved. Now we will go to item number 1, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a donation in the amount of $135,000 from the San Francisco Board Sailing Association.
I'll move approval unless there's someone here to,
I don't see anybody.
oh, there we
Oh,
go.
please, come forward.
Well, and I'll second.
Okay.
the motion.
Good morning.
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 I'm Bill Robertson, the president of the San Francisco Board Sailing Association. And Jane, introduce yourself.
I'm Jane Cormier. I'm one of the owners of the concession at Coyote Point Park, Board Sports.
And should I give you some background on this?
Please.
All right. A number of years ago, well, let me back up. Many years ago, in the early 80s, some of us helped to open Coyote Point Park to windsurfing. We worked with your fellow previous commissioners, to bring some incarcerated people down to help pull out some of the junk from the old landfill, and we started windsurfing there. It grew and became a very nice, you put a lot of money into it as a county, built a beautiful park. It started to erode. Jane and her company have a lease, and they're a vendor there. They provide sailing instruction, kiteboarding instruction, and equipment. That's a recent development in terms of years. Well, as the shoreline deteriorated, we worked with your parks group to help upgrade the site, help put in some revetment, new ramps, so that people could sail there again. And you needed money, and so we contributed actually $147,500, of which $12,500 went to engineering that was written separately. But we wanted to contribute, and you needed it in order to make the project go forward, so we stepped out and helped you with that. You want to say anything, Jane?
We just want to thank you all, because without the improvements to the shoreline, our access to the waterways would have been degraded significantly, and that affects our ability to offer windsurfing, kiteboarding, and paddleboarding to the community, so everyone can come out and enjoy the bay. So thank you.
Well, actually, we want to thank you for being good citizens and for helping out San Mateo County Coyote Point when it needed it.
Our pleasure. So, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Now Supervisor Tissier,
Okay.
Older Americans Month, 2015.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the month of May is recognized nationally as Older Americans Month. This year, the Administration for Community Living and Agency of the United States Department of Health and Human Services has selected the 2015 Older Americans Month theme of Get Into the Act to recognize the 50th anniversary of Older Americans Act. 50 years ago, Congress ushered in the first comprehensive federal effort to provide funding for senior programs related to nutrition, in-home and community-based services, legal protections, health promotion, and research. San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, in compliance with the Older Americans Act, established the San Mateo County Commission on Aging on November 12, 1969. Since its inception, the Commission on Aging has advised the board and worked extensively on senior issues, including health and nutrition, affordable and accessible housing, employment opportunities, legislation, elder abuse, transportation, and new resources and services. This month is a time for the community to recognize the wisdom and important role seniors play in our society. And I say that because I, too, am a senior. Oh, just kidding. It also serves as a reminder to policymakers about our responsibility to establish a safety net for our most vulnerable populations. With us today is San Mateo County Commission on Aging Chair Dr. Mary Lorenas, and she's going to provide us with an update on the work of the commission and also their recommendations to our board. And she will also introduce the rest of the commissioners who are here with us today. But before we get to that, I'd also like to present a proclamation designating Older Americans Month here in May. So if I may, I'll make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like Dr. Lorenas to come forward. Actually, maybe let's have one.
Okay, so I should have a slide show. Ha. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Mary Lorenas. I'm chair of the San Mateo County Commission on Aging. I'd like to say good morning to supervisors, elected officials, and members of the public. Today I'm going to give you a little brief information about the Commission on Aging as well as some of the key highlights for the Commission during 2014-2015. So the mission statement for the Commission on Aging is to maintain, enhance, and improve the quality of life for seniors and older adults living in San Mateo County. Now we do this by promoting independence and self-sufficiency, mental and physical health, social and community involvement. Established in 1969, as Supervisor Tissier mentioned, by the Board of Supervisors, the goal of the Commission on Aging was to address the needs of seniors living in San Mateo County. In accordance with the Older Americans Act and the Older Californians Act, the Commission acts as principal advocates for seniors. In our role as advocates, we act as advisors to the Board of Supervisors and as advisors to the Aging and Adult Services in their role as Area Agency for Aging. The Commission on Aging consists of 21 members, all appointed by the Board of Supervisors. In accordance with state and federal requirements, 60% of the members are at least 60 years or older. Members are appointed to a 3-year term. Assisting the Commission in the work that we do are members of the Aging and Adult Services and the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Adrienne Tessier is our liaison. Her aides, Lorraine Simmons and Arlene Shields. And I have Supervisor Carol Groom's name up there because I know that she and Adrian get together and talk
About aging.
about us.
About aging well.
So according to the Senior Health in San Mateo County, current status and future trends, when comparing the larger demographic trends with those of the senior population alone, it becomes clear that seniors are the fastest growing population segment in the county. By 2030, the senior population is expected to have grown by 89%. So this means San Mateo County has a lot of work to do to ensure a high quality of life for our seniors. So how does the Commission on Aging do what we do? We do it by community outreach, being creative, hard work, asking questions, and reflection. Seniors on the Move is a conference that is sponsored by Congresswoman Jackie Spear and Supervisor Adrian Tessier. It takes place every year, and it has taken place for the last 27 years. Approximately 750 seniors attended this conference. And I can tell you, I feel that all 750 seniors stopped by our booth. Pictured here are 6 of the Commission on Aging members. All in all, we had 12 commissioners attend the booth that day. So we had a lot of opportunity to engage seniors and find out what their needs are, what their concerns are, but also there were about 50 providers of services to older adults. And here we have one of our vice chairs, Scott McMullen, speaking with Janie James Bono or Janie Bono James, who's the director of the Adult Day Healthcare in Half Moon Bay. In this way, we could actually go out and speak with providers and find out what's new, and bring that information back to the commission. So in 2013, our Adult Abuse Prevention Committee embarked on a really creative and unique way to bring the story of elder financial abuse to the public. We, by utilizing what was called a psychological performance process technique. And the result was a play performance called Making the Invisible Visible. Now, Making the Invisible Visible is more than just a play. It's actually, the play was used to highlight a situation of elder financial abuse. But during this, the audience could watch what was happening to the mother as the son was trying to get her money. And in this way, they were able to actually take in the situation. After the play, they were invited on stage, if they wanted to actually participate and play one of the parts, hopefully to play it in a more constructive way. So in this manner, it was a really fascinating way to actually let seniors know that elder abuse, financial elder abuse is out there, that it's not okay under any circumstances. They learned the signs of financial abuse. They learned how to talk about their own personal concerns about financial abuse, and they learned where they can go to get help if they thought they were the victim of financial abuse or if a friend was a victim of financial abuse. There were 5 performances, and they were actually attended by about 250 seniors, along with several providers for older adult services. But also, the play was written up in the Half Moon Bay Review, the Pacifica Tribune, and the Foster City Islander. And in this way, the message of Making the Invisible Visible and elder financial abuse reached a much greater audience. So an example of really hard work was updating our Help at Home booklet. Every 2 years, the Help at Home booklet, which is published by the Commission on Aging, is updated. This required several people to get on the phone with a phone script and call all 250 plus providers to make sure that all the information in this book was updated and correct. So we had our Isolated Senior Outreach Committee, along with members of Aging and Adult Services, took on this task. And currently, we're going to update this book. We'll have our 2015, 2016 version coming out. But also what we're going to do is make sure all this information is online. One of the things we discovered at the Seniors on the Move conference was that not only did a lot of seniors want the actual physical help at home booklet, many seniors actually wanted just to know, how do I get it online? So we were really pleased with that. So that's something we're going to really push this coming year. Every 4 years, Aging and Adult Services does a needs assessment survey of the seniors living in the county. What this is a questionnaire which will be handed out across the board to seniors, to different communities within the county in a representative fashion. So all different age groups, ethnic groups will be represented. Aging and Adult Services, under the guidance of Christina Ugatafa, will start the process, but then the Commission on Aging will come in and help. We're actually designing the questionnaires, and we will be distributing the questionnaires. They can be distributed in hard copy, and some of them will be actually distributed online. The purpose of the Needs Assessment Survey is it identifies the current needs of the seniors in the county, so we can have a more updated idea of what seniors need. Because 4 years ago might have been one thing, could be different now. So we had a challenge in 2014, and upon reflection, it was felt by members that our meetings were not meeting expectations. And so to meet this challenge, we sought the guidance of Supervisor Tessier, and the result was a 3-hour retreat with a very well-known facilitator within the county named Pat Brown. Basically what was happening was we were working off an agenda and processes that were developed 8 years ago, and under new guidance and new leadership, and with 66% of our Commission on Aging members having 2 years or less experience on the commission. 4 of our commissioners actually were just voted in 2015. We just really needed to look at what we were doing and make some changes. So the goals we are currently focusing on, goals that have come out of this whole process of working with this facilitator, is we're going to continue to work on elder abuse prevention. We are now going to really highlight and focus on transportation issues, which is a key problem with seniors in the county. And we're going to look at sharing resources for aging adults and their families. Now, what we mean by this is not that we have so many providers and resources to provide help. We need to find those individuals who don't know we have these services available. We need to find those caregivers who are taking care of an aging adult who have no idea that there's so much in San Mateo County available to them. So this is what we mean by really getting out there and finding those people, identifying those people, making sure those people are not sitting in their homes alone, that they know that there is actually a lot of help available for them. So the Commission on Aging, our general meetings, our meetings are open to the public, and I'd like to invite anybody here, everybody here, to please come join us. They're held on the second Monday of the month, except during August and December. The hours between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Now, listed on the slide, it says San Mateo County Health Systems. However, over the next 6 months or so, there's going to be some construction at the parking lot for the county health systems. So we're actually going to be holding our meetings at the Sobrato Center Shoreway Room in Redwood City. Now, we currently are also recruiting for 2 member positions with the Commission on Aging. So if you are a resident of San Mateo County, if you're interested, you can actually apply online by going to smchealth.org/COA. Or if you're like me, you'll just go up where it says Google search, and you'll just put in Commission on Aging San Mateo County, and you'll end up at the same place. So you can apply online, or you can please come join us at our meetings, because if anybody in here has any questions about senior services or concerns about senior services, please join us at our meetings and let us know, because you are the ones that are the people using these services, and we rely on you to let us know what your needs are. So before I end, on behalf of the Commission on Aging, I would like to welcome our newest members, the 4 we swore in 2015, Rita Alexander, Jody Herlock, Pamela O'Leary, and Armetta Parker. And I'd also like to welcome Michelle McKino, who's working with us from Aging and Adult Services. And I would like to say thank you to Adrienne Tessier and Lorraine Simmons and Arlene Shields for their continuing commitment to the Commission. And thank you to Aging and Adult Services. And really just say thank you to all the seniors living in San Mateo County who continue to enrich our lives. So, does anyone have any questions? Join our meetings. Please come let us know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. That was a great presentation. I do want to commend the commission. They have done a tremendous amount of work this year, and they'll continue in the coming years. I also want to thank Supervisor Groom. She also sends a liaison from the Commission on Disabilities to our meetings, and it's been very helpful to work with them to tackle a lot of the issues, senior issues in our community. So thank you as well.
Thank you, Adrian. Go to item number 3 now, which is I'm going to talk a little bit about asthma. This is Asthma Awareness Month, and 11.4% of our children have asthma. 13.4% of adults have asthma. As we see significant health disparities in the high rates of asthma among residents of North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto, and East San Mateo, asthma significantly impacts our communities. It's one of the leading causes of absenteeism among school children. And when children miss school, particularly in the early years, it impacts their ability to succeed and to learn. It also causes adults to miss thousands of work days each year, which places stress on families' economic success. So we have worked very hard in this county with a lot of different people and a lot of different organizations to make sure that asthma is under control, and we are helping to minimize the environmental triggers that cause asthma. So today I would like to introduce Dr. Anand Chabra, who is the San Mateo County Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Director, Karen Licavoli, Chair of the San Mateo County Asthma Coalition, and Gina Farley, who is the mom of a child with asthma. So I'd like them to come. First off, I'd like to make a motion to introduce this resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Chabra,
President
welcome.
Groom. Thank you. Thank you, President Groom, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. And thank you again for proclaiming May as Asthma Awareness Month. As Supervisor Groom mentioned, a significant proportion of San Mateo County residents do have asthma, and that number is about 100,000 folks in San Mateo County. It's third only to cardiovascular disease and arthritis as a prevalent chronic condition among folks in the county. We just got some new data from Health Plan of San Mateo about the prevalence of asthma among members of Health Plan. About 3,500 children have asthma and 4,300 adults who are Health Plan of San Mateo members. So almost 8,000 of those members have asthma. And I'll move the slide forward so you can see some of this data. We also, from our epidemiology unit, Brad Jacobson's here, were able to run some analyses. And for a 5-year period, we found that among asthma emergency room visits, 43% of those children had Medi-Cal as their insurance source. And that's even though only about 20% of the kids in the county have Medi-Cal. So children with Medi-Cal are significantly overrepresented for asthma emergency room visits. In addition, there was data that showed that there was about $6 million in a single calendar year for the cost of asthma hospitalizations among children. That was from all insurance sources, but 4 out of those 6 million were for Medi-Cal. So again, as you can see, there's some significant disparities in asthma in the county, in emergency room visits, and among hospitalizations, particularly among children, but certainly true among adults as well. So with that, I want to pass it over to Karen Licavoli, and she's with Breathe California and the chair of the Asthma Coalition.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. So you all know me by now. So what I want to show you first is this map up here. That's the rate of the childhood asthma emergency room visits in San Mateo County during the 2009-2013 period. And as you can see, the burden of asthma falls on the people living in the East Palo Alto area, the North Fair Oaks area in Redwood City, and the north central part of the San Mateo, many of whom are Latino and African American residents. Due to the increasing rental costs, as we know, very much discussed issue here, many households in these areas are adding more tenants to share the costs of housing. Such overcrowding can contribute to increased susceptibility to environmental triggers that cause asthma attacks. The most common triggers found on home visits are mold, exposure to cigarette smoke, and poor air quality, and pest infestations. This is why we have a home visiting program. It's the SCAMP program, which assesses environmental triggers for clients with severe asthma in their homes and provides education on avenues to eliminate environmental triggers in their homes. We should note that some clients have expressed seeking such services because of concerns of illegal rent increases, landlord retaliation, evictions, and deportations. So those services are most likely underutilized in this county. So what are we doing about asthma? One is we'd like to work with you, the Board of Supervisors, to develop environmental strategies to help children with asthma thrive in San Mateo County. And Supervisor Groom laid out many of those issues that children face and how it impacts their future success as well. We've discussed in the Asthma Coalition is that one of the single and most straightforward tools that can help prevent and control asthma are asthma action plans. These are issued by physicians and given to the patient, who we are trying to encourage that for the parents should share these with the children's school and their child care site. And this is to close that communication gap so that all the providers with that child with asthma have access to what that particular child's asthma management plan and needs are. Then everyone who interacts with the child is on board and will lead to the best practices care for that child. The San Mateo Coalition also wants every child with asthma and his or her parents to be equipped with the knowledge to properly manage and be able to go to school where he or she can breathe easily. So what we've done is we've developed training programs. So through a First 5 San Mateo project, we have trained parents in both English and Spanish. Through the same project and other projects in the past, we have trained hundreds of child care providers in both English and Spanish. In addition, we've provided a school nurse training program on asthma management, and we've educated landlords and property owners about smoke-free, healthy homes. Currently, we are collaborating with providers, housing representatives, and county staff to help increase providers' awareness of the importance of asthma management plans and apply for pilot funding that would help coordinate school staff, caseworkers, home inspectors, physicians, parents, all to collaborate on efforts to help children with asthma succeed at home and in the school environment. Now I'd like to turn this over to Gina Farley, who's been introduced previously, a parent of a child with asthma who has a personal story to share with you today. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gina Farley, and my son David is 15 and has had childhood asthma since birth. I am a single mother and became disabled 5 years ago. It has been very hard to raise a child with asthma in San Mateo County on a fixed income. In the last 10 years, we've had to move 10 plus times into substandard housing. We've been homeless for about 3 weeks now and have been staying at a motel paid for by Shelter Network. Before we became homeless, we lived in an apartment with broken windows, mold, and pet infestations. I couldn't cook, couldn't take a shower, and lacked hot running water. These housing conditions made us violently ill, and we were hospitalized for asthma and pneumonia. So we left now, and we have no place to go. Stress was also causing David, my son, asthma attacks. While living at another residence, the cops came in with guns drawn when the landlord's son was dealing drugs from the back house. David immediately had an asthma attack, and we went to the emergency room. Also, he wasn't going to school because he was being bullied and was sick with asthma. He was afraid to use his inhaler because students called him a freak and actually pushed him down and broke his arm. CalWorks also threatened to take away his cash aid for missing school. Even though it's been hard for him, he actually wants to go to school and do well. This poor kid, he's had to move around from place to place while seeing me all stressed out. Even last Friday, he asked me, "Where do I go after school?" I said I didn't know what to say because we ran out of money and options. Since I can't provide stable housing for him, I began to think about possibly giving him up to foster care. But David told me that would never happen, Mom, because I would run away before they split us up. So I stand before you today to tell you my family's story. Please, please do something to help poor families dealing with asthma. We need a plan that gets stable housing and keeps our children in school so they can have a chance at a better future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. Dr. Schauber, are you going to wrap up?
Well, we just really want to thank the Board of Supervisors and for supporting this work. And obviously, there is always more that can be done. And we appreciate your continued support for asthma work in San Mateo County.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here today. Now, item number 5 is proclamation designating 2015 May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. I have the pleasure of doing this also. The Asian American and Pacific Islander community has made tremendous contributions to our county and to the United States. Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have a rich cultural heritage that spans the world and is deeply embedded in San Mateo County. 50 years ago, the United States created more opportunities for Asian and Pacific Islander immigrants through the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. Often through hardships and in the face of prejudice, Asian Pacific Islanders have shown incredible determination and resilience, forging ahead to strengthen our county and our country. Various nonprofits like the Peninsula Conflict Resolution Center and other community-based organizations, businesses, governments, and professional associations are helping to foster integration of the Asian Pacific and Islander community into the fabric of our county. So today I would like to welcome Melissa Natane, who is manager of the Prevention Partnerships at the Peninsula Conflict Resolution Center, and other residents of our community who are here to accept this proclamation of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I would like to move approval.
Second that?
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Melissa?
want to just take this opportunity to thank Supervisor Carol Groom for taking this opportunity and this responsibility upon herself to help forge establishing Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month of May in San Mateo County. We have made enormous contributions to this community, and we're so proud to be able to stand here today with all of you in order to establish this very important and monumentous time for our community. And I'm just gonna give a few minutes to each of our community leaders to say a few words.
Good morning, supervisors. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much because we've been here for a while, and I think what is happening today tells us that, yes, you are here and you're here to stay. But thank you so much for this proclamation.
Aloha, talofa, mahalo elele. Greetings. Good morning, honorable supervisors, county manager, county council, and members of the public. I'm Samoan. I've got a dash of Tongan in me as well, and I proudly represent our Pacific Islander community and many of our families as the first Pacific Islander on the Jefferson Elementary School Board in Daly City. But I was also told that I was the first Pacific Islander to serve on the Commission on the Status of Women, where I've been for 4 years, and I thank Supervisor Groom for your leadership. This past year, I've also been proud to represent my son as his mother, Reno Anawa'i, who represented our community and our county at American Idol. Those are a few, just tidbits of the celebrations that I bring to the table this morning. I was at a meeting yesterday with OCA, the oldest Chinese organization in the country, and the only thing they had to tell me at the table, issues they wanted to address at this annual conference, was one of the many negative issues our Pacific Islander community faces. Our dropout rate being the highest, higher than African Americans. Many reasons why our communities are accessing services such as general aid. But I'm here today to say thank you, because the county is setting the tone to recognize many of the contributions that our Pacific Islander has continued to contribute and will continue to do through the many young leaders that we're happy to embrace, such as Melissa Netane at PCRC, that spoke before me, Honorable Lefa Taumwepeau, who does Taulama for Tongans. She started this right here in our county to address the many health disparities. We have a lot of wonderful summer programs that address awareness, because many people are still unsure of what Pacific Islanders are about. So we have programs such as those that address awareness, and we welcome all of you to take part. But today we celebrate our diversity. We thank you for the opportunity to be at the table, and we look forward to continue to be here. Thank you very much. God bless.
Good morning. My name is Nani Wilson. I work for Asian American Recovery Services, which is now a program of Health Right 360. And I want to, first of all, follow my fellow speakers where I applaud each and every one of you for acknowledging the fact that this is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I am of mixed descent, so I cover a lot of the islands and a lot of Ireland and other places too. So I just wanted to say that and recognizing us really helps us break down the walls of stigma. In our community, we have no voice. We're often raised to be very silent and observant. And here in America, we know that that will get you nowhere. And so empowering us on a higher level allows us to continue this in our community, because we need to teach our young children that they do have a voice and they do matter, because one day they will be our elders, they will be our wise ones. And I just want to applaud all the previous speakers, because I was sitting there and I just wanted to clap so much, because you all make a difference for our community together. We are one big mat weave together, and it's an honor to be recognized as a Pacific Islander today, and I thank you so much.
So just to really wrap up what my fellow sisters have been able to share today around this honor of being recognized in San Mateo County. And I just want to echo some of those things that we've continued to contribute in mental health awareness with other health disparities. We've done youth development. We're now working into violence prevention. And so there's a lot of work going on in our communities around Pacific Islanders. And I just ask to my fellow supervisors to continue to support the work of the Pacific Islander community as we all share this land. And I really just appreciate this opportunity today. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all being here. Supervisor Tissier, proclamation designating May as National Prevention Awareness Week.
Thank you. Each year, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which is an agency of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, sponsors National Prevention Awareness Week to highlight and educate the public about substance abuse and mental health issues. Research has supported that early exposure to alcohol and other substance use is linked to long-term mental health and behavioral issues, criminal justice involvement, and vicious cycles of addiction and trauma. The San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services has led the effort to provide culturally competent and integrated prevention services through its 6 community-based prevention partnerships in locations throughout the county. The community-based partnerships place an emphasis on youth and prevention. Representatives from one of our community partners have joined us this morning to discuss some of the outreach efforts, including a campaign to prevent underage drinking here in San Mateo County. The California Health Kids Survey reports that 58% of 9th graders and 72% of 11th graders express that alcohol is easy to obtain in San Mateo County. On the mental health side, our board has recently partnered with the Office of Education, Behavioral Health Services, and the Sheriff's Department to address behavioral health issues among school children, resulting in standardized protocols among school and public safety agencies, as well as expanded community educational programs offered through BHRS and funded by Measure A. These programs include the Mental Health First Aid Program, Youth Mental Health First Aid, the Parenting Project, and the Health Ambassador Program. So with all of that information, keep in mind that we are here to adopt the National Prevention Awareness Week proclamation. And I want to invite up the representatives from the Asian American Recovery Services, any of our other partners that are here with us, and also Steve Kaplan, who I believe is here in the room. If you'd come forward, and I'd like to have you accept the proclamation, but first I'm going to make that motion to accept the proclamation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Who else is spoken? Okay.
Good morning, Board, Mr. Maltby. We really appreciate the Board's proclamation, but more importantly, your support, both in terms of policy and funding. We spend a lot of time talking about treatment for various people in various ways, but we really always have to remember that prevention really does work. It's an effective way of using public funds. It involves the community at a broad scale, and we're really pleased that over the last 7 or 8 years, we've developed very strong partnerships with community organizations in areas around the county who have just done great work in their communities to address issues of substance use and mental health and work on how to make the environment a safer and a healthier place for families in the community. So it's been a really great process over these 7 years. The communities have learned a great deal about effective ways of working on prevention, and the county has learned as well as we've been in this journey with them. So we have a couple speakers here that can give you a flavor of some of the work that you all have helped fund and directed us to do. So thank you very much again for the resolution.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Mary Beer, and it's a pleasure to be in front of you today representing the Community-Based Prevention Partnerships in San Mateo County. I believe we have a little PowerPoint. Okay. So again, it is a pleasure to be here representing all of my partners here today. We'd like to take a moment to thank you for your dedication to the safety and health of the citizens of San Mateo County, especially for providing allocated funding to focus on substance use prevention. There is a lot of collaboration going on in each of your districts. So in District 1, we have the South San Francisco Drug-Free Community Support Program, which is a part of the North County Prevention Partnership. In District 2, we have North Central San Mateo Prevention Partnership. In District 3, we have the Coast Side Prevention Partnership, which is part of Youth Leadership Institute and Puente de la Costa. We also have some prevention work going on in Pacifica, which is part of the North County Prevention Partnership. In District 4, we have Redwood City and North Fair Oaks Prevention Partnership. We also have East Palo Alto Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition, which is part of One East Palo Alto. And in District 5, we have the North County Prevention Partnership working in Daly City. So all in all, collectively, we cover a lot of ground in the county. We like to look at local solutions for local problems, and we do that with the help of the Strategic Prevention Framework, which allows us to individually assess our communities, to use data-driven strategies to look at our local conditions. So I'd like to introduce my friend and my colleague, Fahad Garashi from Youth Leadership Institute, to talk a little bit about our strategies.
So as you can see, prevention rolls pretty deep around here, San Mateo. You know, and to build on what Mary was saying, when it comes to the SPF, everything has to be data driven, right? And we want to make sure that we're addressing local conditions. And so we build the capacity through training and skill development of thousands of youth, of parents, merchants, and a lot of other community stakeholders. This process leads to authentic community engagement, education, and youth leadership. And I'll go ahead and change the slide here, right? And you know, some of the highlights that we have include merchant outreach. So a lot of the times, you know, merchants are seen as the problem, but that's not the situation for us. They're actually seen as resources in our community. Intentional training of community residents in environmental prevention strategies, really addressing what are social norms, what are the media messages that bombard our youth and our adults, what does it mean to reduce access to alcohol and drugs through both social and retail settings, and what can we do to make sure that there are laws and policies in place that protect the health of our community? And when it comes to the youth leadership piece, it's pretty strong here in San Mateo County. I'd like to commend you all for that. I think, you know, we've been able to partner with many of you, specifically Mr. Slocum and President Groom, a lot of work with the young people when it comes to prevention, and hundreds of young people across the county are taking on community change projects that include collecting local data and engaging with decision makers. The community engagement piece is something that's important to us as well, as we're able to work with parents utilizing some really awesome curriculum that's evidence-based, and it's immediately creating change. And with that youth piece, in fact, youth in partnership with adults were able to collect some data, some important data in North County through the Youth Access Survey. And an example of that is that 40% of youth surveyed in the Jefferson Union High School District reported drinking happening in the home without parents knowing about it. So this led to the passing of the Social Host Ordinance, most recently in Daly City. There have been a lot of other policy wins, a lot of other collaborations that have led to success, including marijuana, addressing social and retail access to alcohol and the responsibility that goes into that, and then alcohol at community events. More recently, we've actually leveraged our expertise and coalitions to develop a pretty robust and diverse countywide signage campaign, which focuses on the retail environment, but again gives us an opportunity to build with merchants. The sign's going to be printed in multiple languages, which are tailored to the diverse communities that you all serve. So I'll go ahead and pass it back to Mary.
So this signage campaign allows us to create relationships with merchants across the county. These relationships are really important for us to reduce youth access to alcohol in the retail environment. Now, we know that a signage campaign is only a part of our collective prevention work, but working together has allowed us to break down silos and empower each other so that we can go back to our individual communities and do the work that we have so much passion for. It's a way for us to stand united and to represent our county. And so all of our districts are now united in prevention work, and that makes us really, really strong. So we want to thank you for that. We want to thank you so much for supporting the prevention work in our county. It's really important that we have your support. We also want to thank you for the swift passing of the Safe Medicine Disposal Ordinance, because it is paving the way for our future work. So again, thank you so much. Please continue to support our prevention work. It means so much to us, to our families, to our communities, and to each other. So we look forward to continuing our relationship with each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
And thank you for all the great work all of you have done. You've made a tremendous difference in our community, so thank you. And keep up the good work. Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we are going to go to item number 6, which is a public hearing to consider the Big Wave Project. Mr. Monowitz?
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. For those of us that are involved in planning and permitting significant developments on the coast side, we've come to accept that there are no easy projects. Success requires dedication, patience, attention to detail, and a balanced approach. It also often requires applicants and appellants to work together to reach acceptable compromises. I'm pleased to be here today to present to the board a success story in this regard. To this end, I'd like to first express my appreciation to both the applicants and the appellants for taking an open and collaborative approach towards resolving their differences. I'd also like to thank Coastal Commission staff, particularly Janine Manna and Nancy Cave, whose input over the last few months has enabled us to craft a recommendation of approval that has their support. Finally, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Senior Planner Camille Leung, who has worked tirelessly to process the permit applications and environmental review for this project as necessary to ensure that it complies with all relevant laws and regulations. Before I turn the mic over to Camille to cover all of the details of our recommendation, I'd like to summarize our rationale for recommending project approval. First, the project meets a critical housing need. As the board will be discussing later today, there are significant challenges to meeting the housing needs of county residents, particularly those of low income or with disabilities. The Big Wave project will provide an important step towards meeting these needs, and its business park component will enhance opportunities for local jobs. Second, the project protects coastal resources. The consolidation of buildings on the north parcel, the lowering of their maximum height, and their setbacks from wetlands and archaeological resources ensure the preservation of scenic views, cultural resources, and sensitive habitats, and also allows for continued agricultural. 3, the project provides access and circulation improvements, including public parking and bicycle and pedestrian routes along Airport Drive, as well as a stoplight or roundabout at the intersection of Cypress and Highway 1, which will prevent any significant adverse impacts on traffic. Finally, number 4, the project is located within a designated urban area where adequate water and wastewater treatment services are available and where natural hazards have been carefully studied and mitigated. Notwithstanding these determinations, there remains an outstanding concern about the hazard posed by an adjacent propane facility. And this hazards both to the Big Wave project and the Pillar Ridge manufactured home community to the north. Planning and building staff is in the process of conducting an analysis of how this facility may have expanded over time to determine if permits are needed to legalize any such expansion, and we will use this permit process to ensure that the hazards associated with this facility are minimized and mitigated. In the event that no new permits are required, we'll be working closely with the fire district to achieve the same objective. We're committed to resolving this issue and feel that the Big Wave project can move forward while we work with the involved parties to ensure that that propane facility is operating as safely as possible. With that, I will now introduce Camille Leung, who will make the remainder of the staff presentation.
Good morning, supervisors. Let's see. As you know, the two Big Wave parcels are located on Airport Street in Princeton. There are two parcels, a northern parcel and a southern parcel. They're both used for agriculture. Those two parcels are above the industrial area of Princeton and south of the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park, and also across the street from the airport. The zoning of the north parcel is light industrial M1. The south parcel is waterfront zoning, marine-related uses. Both parcels have a 125-foot wide strip along Airport Street for as an airport overlay, and both parcels are located in the Design Review District and the Coastal Development District. These two are photos of the project site. On the left is the south parcel, on the right is the north parcel, and they're both used for agriculture. I will now give you a brief background, outline the CEQA process, give you an overview of the Planning Commission's action on January 14th, as well as the appeal, the points of the appeal, and also the applicant's efforts to work with the appellants as well as the Coastal Commission staff and provide a staff's recommendation. So the history of this project goes back to about 2005. That was the application date, but the board approved the project back in 2011. We call that the 2010 project. In August 2012, the county's decision to approve the project was appealed to the Coastal Commission, and Coastal Commission staff found substantial issue with the project and denied the project. In October 2013, the applicant came back with a new proposal called the Big Wave North Parcel Alternative, and that project, which I will outline in detail for you, the county staff prepared an addendum, a final addendum, to the 2010 EIR, which was certified by the board. And also in July through November, the project went through the Coastside Design Review process. In November 2012, the Planning Commission reviewed it. In January 14th of this year, the Planning Commission approved the project and certified the EIR addendum. And on January 19th, this project, the decision was appealed to the board. So just to walk you through some of the project changes since the last time you reviewed this project back in 2011, the project on the top right is what you saw at that time. There were 8 buildings, office park buildings on the north parcel, which were separated from the Wellness Center, which was located on the south parcel. Under the project that you will review today, both the office park and the Wellness Center are consolidated on the north parcel, leaving the south parcel relatively undeveloped. The applicant proposes a boat storage use as well as a small restroom building on that parcel. So from the time of application, the project was reviewed by the Coastside Design Review Committee, and those buildings, which were 9 buildings on the north parcel at the time of application, were consolidated into 4 larger buildings on the top left slide. And that's the 4-building project. But without getting too complicated, that scenario was later broken into 8 buildings, which is the current proposal in front of you today, which includes 3 wellness center buildings and 5 office park buildings. And I will sort of outline the details of the project. So in blue is the wellness center buildings, a larger wellness center building at the back, which includes residential uses as well as the common dining, common living, gym uses. And then the two buildings in front of it will hold business uses on the bottom floor and residential bedrooms on the second floor. The buildings shaded in orange are the office park buildings. And those will hold about 155 and 500 square feet of office park uses. And what I mean by office park, the specific uses being proposed are industrial, office, as well as storage uses. They're shown in brown are the wetland areas that would be restored under this project. Shown in yellow are an area of farming within the wetland buffer, but outside of the first 100 feet from the wetland boundary that will be used for organic farming. Also, prior to the full build out of all the buildings, those undeveloped areas would be used for agricultural use, continue that existing use. On the south parcel, the area in blue is the boat storage lot, containing 21 spaces for boat parking as well as 14 spaces for vehicle parking. In the area in green would be the area of public coastal access parking. So that parking is actually required by the LCP. So as parking and building uses are built out on the north parcel, 20% of the parking provided would have to be set aside for coastal access parking, and that would be located on the south parcel in that area in green. Within the area in yellow on the south parcel would be agricultural uses, and within the area in brown would be wetland restoration uses. So these are the floor plans for both the office park on the left and the wellness center on the right. The office park would be a 2-story development. These are really just cold shell buildings until a tenant or owner is acquired, and they will bring in their own uses and employees. And then on the right, you'll see the wellness center floor plans. You'll see non-residential uses on the ground floor, the common living, the gym uses and things like that, as well as smaller business spaces in the front two buildings. And then residential above, 25 bedrooms within the larger wellness center building, and then 12 and 13 bedrooms in the other two buildings. The Big Wave MPA project will provide parking for these uses being proposed. There will be a total of 462 private parking spaces. The Wellness Center will have 42 spaces. Office Park will have 420 spaces. As I had described, 92 or 20% of the total overall parking will be dedicated to public coastal access parking for a total of 554 parking spaces among the two parcels. These are elevations of the proposed buildings. On the top right is the Wellness Center design concept, and on the left is the design concept for the office park. The overall height is, the maximum height is 33 feet, which is reduced from the proposal that you saw in 2011. So I'll kind of point out the differences now. The site development compared to the 2010 project, the Wellness Center and the office park are consolidated on the north parcel, leaving the other parcel undisturbed and available for agricultural use. The business uses, the total square footage has been reduced from 225,000 to 176,000 total. The number of developmentally disabled adults served by this project remain the same through the Wellness Center. On-site parking spaces, and that would be 50 developmentally disabled adults as well as 20 staff persons. The total parking would be reduced by quite a bit from 690 to 554 parking spaces. Building height, as I said, was reduced from 51 to 33 feet. Water service, there was on-site water being provided via a well. as well as on-site wastewater service through wastewater treatment, on-site treatment, and on-site recycling. And now that has been changed to connections to public utilities, Montero Water as well as Granada Community Services District. Construction phasing, the overall window has been reduced from 20 years to 15 years under the current proposed development agreement. And the wetland buffer, which provided a minimum of 100 feet wetland buffer, has now been increased to 150. So over this time of this current application, and since the appeal, the applicant and the county have been working with the appellants to understand their issues. Originally, the appeal included a variety of different topics, but that since has been narrowed down to about 10 topics, of which the applicant has provided some concessions in terms of project design. So some of the main issues that were tackled are outlined in this slide, and I hope you can see it. So the main things being the buffer, the setback distance between the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park and that first row of wellness center buildings has been increased from 30 to 65 feet. There was a basketball court that was made out of fiberglass where light could shine through it. That was made opaque by the applicant. The propane deflection measure that was proposed at the northern corner of the parcel on Airport Street has been removed from the project, and that the concerns regarding the propane tank property will be pursued separately from this matter. Overall business space has been reduced by 13,000 square feet by the applicant. And then also the applicant who proposes a boat storage use on the southern parcel, concerns were brought up regarding what could be the future use of that parcel. Could intensity be further increased from the boat storage use? And the applicant has agreed to restrict any future development on the boat storage lot to 24,000 square feet of business use. I'm sorry, hold on, I need to, I'm forgetting, what was it?
Footprint of 12,000 and two-story, 24,000.
Okay, 12,000 square feet of business use and 24 feet in height. Well, I'll let the applicant, sorry, spell that out, I forgot those details. The applicant has also provided, offered to work with the county regarding some traffic issues in the area that actually aren't related to a particular intersection that they have to improve, but general traffic patterns in the area. And they have also agreed to install the either a signal or a roundabout at the Cypress and Highway 1 intersection. So with regard to the Coastal Commission's concerns, the applicant has also worked directly with the county, directly with Coastal Commission staff. The Coastal Commission are satisfied with the development, sort of the self-imposed development restrictions on the boat storage lot, the reduction of 13,000 square feet of business space over the office park buildings and wellness center buildings as well as during the time since the appeal, we've worked together with the Coastal Commission and the applicant to really pin down the financial relationship between the office park and the wellness center, and assured a square footage assessment fee based on different types of uses that could go in there to benefit the wellness center. So as proposed and conditioned, the project would have various easements to ensure that particular uses would remain in perpetuity. Those uses would be the public access use to the parking spaces on the south parcel that would be covered by an access easement. Private access easements would cover the area in orange to allow for parking and common private uses. The areas in yellow, agriculture, would be protected by an agricultural easement. The areas in brown, which are wetland uses, would be protected by a conservation easement. And as I said, the boat storage use would be covered by either a deed restriction or a conservation easement to allow for a lower level of development than would be allowed under the current zoning. This slide illustrates the county's work with the applicant to work on the proper phasing of the project to ensure that the aspects of the project with the most public benefit, such as the wetlands restoration and the wellness center, are built first prior to some portions of the office park. So the areas in red are the wellness center and the wetland areas, which would be developed first. In orange are the second half of the wellness center buildings, as well as some amount of office park use, which is building A. That would be the first office park building built. And that's due to the financial relationship between the office park and the wellness center. The next building to be built in terms of the office park would be that building B in yellow. And under the development agreement, the entire wellness center would have to be built before those buildings shaded in green are built. So prior to the building of the last 3 office park buildings, the applicant would need to complete the entire wellness center, as well as provide appropriate coastal access parking throughout the development. In terms of CEQA, the county, working with county council, determined that based on the CEQA guidelines, that basically says that if there were changes, new circumstances, or new information which would cause this project to have a new significant impact or an increased severity of impacts from the 2010 certified project, then the county would have to prepare a subsequent EIR. The county determined that there were no changes, circumstances, or information that would trigger new significant impacts. There were changes as well, project changes as well as new information, and those were include the LCP amendment, the adoption of the ALUCP, the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, the Princeton Plan that's underway, as well as the Energy Efficiency Climate Action Plan that was approved. But these changes and new regulations do not lead to more severe impacts or new impacts. So an addendum to the certified EIR was prepared. In regards to aesthetics, the current project has reduced aesthetic impacts compared to the 2010 project. There's a reduction in height from 51 feet to 33 feet. There's the consolidation of buildings on the north parcel, and visual simulations in the addendum show that no skyline views of Pillar Ridge are blocked from community vantage points. With regard to cultural resources, those areas on site are still protected. With regard to biology, the wetlands buffer was increased from 100 to 150 feet. There's less development footprint due to the building consolidation. There's also the elimination of on-site wastewater recycling, which did possibly pose some potential harm to the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. With regard to geology and soils, the applicant has prepared 2 fault trench reports, which show that there's no faults running through the property. Overall grading has been reduced from the 2010 project. The applicant has elevated the floor levels of the residential uses in the wellness center above the tsunami inundation level by 7 feet above that level. With regards to water and wastewater, the project went from on-site treatment and well use to connection to a public utility. So with regard to traffic, the county hired Hexagon Transportation Consultants, and Gary Black is here actually to answer any traffic specific questions, where 11 intersections in the area were studied. Total traffic impact was reduced from about 2,000 daily trips to 1,400 daily trips under the project revision. The study found that there was an impact to Highway 1 and Cypress. A mitigation measure has been incorporated, which requires the applicant to construct a signal or a roundabout at that intersection, which mitigates the traffic impacts of the project. So specifically, in terms of how the signal or roundabout would get built, the mitigation measure trans 1 requires that prior to the construction of any business use, whether in the wellness center or in the office park, that the applicant obtain a Caltrans permit approval for either the roundabout or the signal prior to construction. And then prior to occupancy of those business spaces, the applicant would have to build the roundabout or the signal. So in terms of airport safety and noise issues, the county staff and along with TRA, our environmental staff, we've looked into some of the airport concerns. Staff ran the building elevations through this GIS program, which provides the imaginary surfaces, sort of height limits that vary along the project site. And the buildings, proposed buildings, are well under those imaginary surfaces. While the airport land use compatibility plan was adopted October 2014, the project is actually subject to the 1996 airport land use plan. It does comply with that plan. It was deemed complete by a particular date, and so therefore it's the 1996 plan that would apply here. So with that, staff would just like to give you an overview of some of the edits that we think might be necessary prior to your decision on the project. Condition number 66, there's just an edit removing the requirement for the Class 1 trail to be built prior to recordation of the subdivision map for the north parcel. County staff spoke with the applicant and we've negotiated, and all parties seem content that the Class 1 trail could be built at the second year instead of the first year, allowing the recordation of the final map to go first. There's also just very minor changes to the development agreement, adding the word adding the word permit hard card prior to the word grading. I just left those words out. Also, regarding the fencing of the cultural site, it should be, the cultural site is on the south parcel, not the wellness center property. Also, to better track the condition, I'm adding a condition reference to the phasing. Also, there was a duplicative section, so that section can be stricken, section 5382. Also, there was a reference to just Cypress Avenue in terms of the applicant's efforts to improve vehicular access on Cypress Avenue, and that should be changed to Cypress Avenue at the Highway 1 intersection. Let's see. So, as described in letters received from the Coastal Commission and the Committee for Green Foothills, the applicant has worked very diligently to address some of these the issues from these agencies that have been expressed over the duration of this project. And staff finds that these issues are adequately addressed as well for the county's concerns. And at this time, we do recommend the approval of the Big Wave North Parcel Alternative, the 8-building project, specifically for the Board of Supervisors to certify the addendum to the 2010 EIR, approve a use permit for the modern sanitarium component of the Wellness Center, the outdoor parking uses in the AO, Airport Overlay Zoning District, and the outdoor boat storage use, to approve a major subdivision to subdivide the northern parcel into 7 lots and a minor subdivision to divide the southern parcel into 2 lots, a coastal development permit appealable to the Coastal Commission for the entire project, as well as a design review permit and associated grading permit. By making the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval with a revised condition number 66 as described by staff, and to adopt the ordinance approving the execution of the development agreement with revisions as just described by staff, as well as to approve the execution of an affordable housing agreement. And that ends staff's presentations. I'm available for comment Kate Werner from MIG TRA Environmental Sciences is here if you have any questions regarding the CEQA process, and the applicant is here to answer any questions regarding the design or the project details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lung. Questions for the staff? All right. So in that case, we will open the public hearing. And I have one question. Does the appellant have an organized presentation for which they would, okay. All right. In that case, the applicant, is it Mr. Peck and Mr. Byers? Who's coming? I don't have a card for him. Mr. Holmes, you didn't fill out a speaker's card. Would you do that eventually? Okay. Thanks. So how much time would you like?
I'd say about 3 minutes, not too long, because I wanted to thank Camille for a really excellent presentation. And I prepared one that's not so excellent, but I will go through it. I just wanted to cover a couple of areas that weren't covered specifically. And, you know, I'm a civil engineer. I've worked on this project for 10 years. I've been involved in coastal engineering projects for almost 30 years. And this has been a complicated project. I have to admit, not the most complicated, but I did a time schedule. This is extensive. It could be about 10 pages, but it's a lot more time and effort than I anticipated. But I did want to say that the county staff, the Coastal Commission staff, we have over 100 volunteers. We have had 65 consultants look at the project. It's been arduous, but we've developed a project that meets the standards. And there's been almost 200 standards and regulations to have been met in this project. And I want to also thank the residents in the area that have had great input. And we've gone out of our way to incorporate all those items in the project. And as a result, I think we have a successful project that meets our initial goal of providing 50 residences for special needs individuals, disabilities on the coast side. I'm a father of one of those, and I'm really excited to see how that's worked together with just a great team of parents and volunteers. And there's over 100. It's shocking. So that's really grown. And let's see. And again, the project complies with numerous policies. I'll just kind of go through these quick. The 10 recommendations from the appellants, we've worked with them and complied with those. Coastal Commission issues, we have a site plan that incorporates resolving the lawsuits that were filed at the end of the previous project. We infiltrate 100% of our stormwater. We have a tight seismic design that's looked at everything and all the site constraints and potential displacements. The landscape plan, we have a team of biological experts that have actually improved the habitat in our 6-acre restoration. Yeah, more and more. And again, it's very tight from hazard control. Traffic, we've looked at that extensively. That would be, we have the traffic consultant that the county selected that could talk about it more. The one thing that I wanted to point out too, it's a very sound environmental project. We're designing around LEED certification gold. We have passive solar, wind, photovoltaic. We even have a backup generator that's powered by recycled vegetable oil. Again, the project's about 33% smaller, both in height, footprint, and coverage, parking spaces. It's really a large reduction from the previous project you've seen. Architecturally, we're trying to match the recommendations of the CDRC with the appearance of Princeton. We've focused on some of the buildings there, and I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Byers, Mr. Peck?
We can turn this off, too.
No, I'll just be real quick, then Dave will get up. You've all seen the project, and I just want to thank the staff for everything they've done. Camille, and Steve Monowitz have looked under every rock, and sometimes that was trying, but that was good. I want to thank Don Horsley for setting up the reviews with the appellants and the Coastal Commission. That really helped. And everybody in the board, when we first started this, Jerry Hill was on the board, Rich Gordon, and Mark Church. Now we have somewhat of a different board. But I want to thank you for meeting all of our people. I think you all met, if you haven't met me personally, I think there's only one man, Mr. Slocum. I haven't met you, but I've talked to everybody else. But you've met with our mothers, our volunteers, and people who have done so much to make this project work. And I want to thank the appellants for giving us a clear, concise need, 10 points. They articulated the 10 points that we could actually deal with them on to try to get this thing through. And also, I want to thank the California Coastal Commission. I don't know if, hi Janine, is Nancy here? No. Well, I want to thank them for going above and beyond what they normally do. This is how government's supposed to work. Instead of trying to put up roadblocks, you actually try to ameliorate things beforehand, get rid of the problems so there's smooth sailing. And last, I want to thank all of our supporters over the last, it's been 15 years. A lot of them have been here ever since 15 years to the last 2 years. Without their support of the mothers, the future residents, the volunteers, the supporters in general, this would not have happened. It's just too arduous of a task for this to happen. And if we get through this and everything goes well, with their help, which gets stronger every day, and the grace of God, we will get this thing built, and we will get it built right. Thank you very much, and I'll pass you over to Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Mr. Byers?
Good morning, President Groom, members of the board. Well, I guess it's thank you time. I'm going to get up here and thank 9 people. Jerry Hill. We never would have had a Coastal Commission hearing without Jerry Hill initially. Supervisor Groom, Supervisor Horsley. Your support for this project has been unwavering, and Supervisor Groom, we hope to enlist that support again if we need it in front of the California Coastal Commission. John Maltby, John Myers, John Niblin. We wouldn't be here today without your trust. I think you know what I'm talking about. Steve Monowitz and Camille Lung. Steve, Steve has this pedigree. UC Santa Cruz Coastal Commission staffer. I was a little bit concerned about that. Every time I gave him a point, he listened to what I said, he reflected on it, and he thought about it. He did not give me a bureaucratic response. Camille, your enthusiasm during this marathon, I'm actually the person that applied for these permits in 2005, is remarkable. And when I got down on this project, Camille said to me, Dave, just stick with it. We're going to get it through. Martha Poyatis has helped me navigate the labyrinth of LAFCO, and we're going to call upon that in the future too, as we try to get this project served by Montero Water and Sanitary District. That's all I have to say. I hope you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byers. Lenny Roberts?
Good morning. I'm Lenny Roberts, speaking for Committee for Green Foothills, and I sent you all a letter yesterday, which I assume you have. I just wanted to particularly thank, this has obviously been a very long process, and I first was involved with it in 2006, as well as the applicants. We started discussions at that time. So I think what was striking at the end of this process was the fact that we sort of engaged in a more collaborative approach, which the appellants asked for, and Supervisor Horsley provided that opportunity to meet with all the parties. And so I think that was an unusual thing. I don't think we've ever done this. Yes, we did. We did it with Chamberlain. That was quite a long process with the Chamberlain project at the Highlands, but not on the coast. And so I think this was certainly well worth the time that it took to address the remaining concerns that the appellants had. So thank you very much, and I think that's all I have to say. I don't believe any of the other appellants are here today. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Linda Steele.
Good morning. My name is Linda Steele. I'm a resident of Moss Beach. I actually live on Cypress Avenue. So I'm really happy to know I'm going to have a traffic light or a roundabout at the end of my road. And even more importantly, I'm looking forward to being a neighbour to the future residents of Big Wave. I've just retired from a 30-year career designing and developing services for people with disabilities. So it's an honour and a privilege to be now volunteering with the other professionals and the many families and their sons and daughters that make up the Big Wave team. Now, the Big Wave project, as you've heard, is going to create affordable housing for people with disabilities, which is a huge need in our community, along with business and employment opportunities. But more importantly, it's going to create a community where people with and without disabilities can interact in meaningful and authentic relationships that will enhance the quality of our community over on the coast. So I'm hoping that you'll support this project because we don't want to come back. We want to get busy and get the programs in place and the housing built. So for that, I want to thank you for your previous support for this project and hope that we're not here again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Jim Larimer.
Good morning. My name is Jim Larmer. I'm almost a 30-year resident of the coast side. This has been a really interesting meeting for me to see how proactive government can make the quality of life better in San Mateo County. And I want to thank you for doing that. This is another opportunity to continue that tradition, and I hope you will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Yoshimini.
My name is John Yoshimina. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay, and I'd like to just ask to speak to one item of 3 pillars of our mission statement for Big Wave, which is to build sustainable community for our residents with special needs, people with disabilities. Number 2, provide meaningful employment for those people with disabilities. And number 3 is to provide affordable housing. About 3 years ago, as Jeff mentioned, he purchased the property about 12 years ago. About 3 or 4 years ago, we decided to start farming the land. And it was just 10 years had gone by and nothing had been done to it. We were just waiting, going through this process to obtain permits, and we started farming the land. So one thing led to another, and currently we have at our peak an ability to produce up to food and salad for about 15 individuals. So by your approval today, there's, I believe, about 7 acres that are designated to be able to allow us to continue to allow and teach our people with disabilities how to feed themselves as well. And one final thought, to me it's all about, the most important part of our project is about community, about people, about not just having virtual relationships, but having real relationships. I was, in fact, with 3 participants, and I just invited them over to the farm for barbecue and roasting marshmallows. And I've known these kids for a long time because I've been their basketball coach in Special Olympics. And so I know them well, but I've never heard them talk like they did that night, because they felt so free, and they were so safe, and they enjoyed themselves so much. And I said, boy, this is why we're doing Big Wave. So thank you for making it happen for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimini. Tricia Hansen.
Hi, I'm Tricia Hansen, and I want to thank you all for being here today. And we do hope you support the Big Wave Project, as you've noticed all the hoops and hurdles that we have come through, and wanting to meet and be community supportive of our neighbors and everyone involved in the county. As you know, there's such a big need for housing for the developmental disability children as they age out, or the parents age out. There's over 1,000 cases since increase in autism since 1990, and these parents now are faced with having to leave their children somewhere in the state of California. And their own community would be the best place, as transitioning is very difficult for these children. And that becomes a problem for the state, the county, and the federal government as it is now. Big Wave is trying to provide that blank spot that no one seems to have an answer for housing, for such a needed disability and area of the county of San Mateo. 95% live with their families now, but we won't be able to live on, and they will. And it's we're really scared of where they might go. One of the things that we have struggled as parents trying to put this project together financially. We've been there supporting one another, trying to put it together for the county, for the state, for the federals. And one of the things that could help expedite this would be waiving some of the permits and the processes to see that this does get built and in a timely manner. We're ready for a shovel to hit the ground and make a building and a community of support that's needed by state, county, federal, and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Keller.
I'm a resident of Moss Beach and have been there for a couple of years now, and I also am a sibling of a severely mentally disabled brother who is now 65 years old. I commend the community, I commend the board for approving this. However, I will not disguise the fact that we are all incredibly disappointed with this project for the industrial park. There have been significant changes, as we have put up on the PowerPoint presentation. There have been significant changes in water usage and water availability. And what I see as the basis for this proposal is erroneous. It's based on capacity. It's not based on limitations, less 8% from the 2013 usage. I noticed that it was increased 9,000 gallons per day to 15,000 gallons per day usage for this project. The average resident in Moss Beach uses 64 gallons per day. So this is the equivalent of 234 people and an increase of about 8% of all of Moss Beach water usage. How are we supposed to decrease our water usage when we have an approval in this project to increase it almost 10%? I don't know. In reviewing the project, it appears to be completely contrary to what the executive order was by the governor of the state of California, which was to cut back water and not to do stuff like filling swimming pools. And yet we have a swimming pool in this facility, even though it's only 1,000 yards from a beach. I don't understand it. Why do we have kitchens in what are supposed to be business condos? I don't understand that. There appears to be no attempt to limit the water usage on this plan. It is based on capacity, pump. It needs to be reviewed based on what is a call to action in the state of California that San Mateo County should be implementing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Judy Taylor.
Good morning. I have to say it's kind of refreshing to come to one of these hearings and not have a bloodbath. And it's the second time that I have been in one of these processes where that has happened. The first time was with Rich Gordon's Design Review Task Force back in 99 and 2000. And we have some systemic problems on the coast side, traffic being a major one, and housing affordability, particularly for specific pockets of our population. And to have a project like this that come forward that will put some jobs on the coast side and that will provide that housing, I think is wonderful. It's really hard to know that it's taken 15 years to get here. That's 15 years that people could have been using these facilities. And in both Rich Gordon's task force and in this process, it sounds like the breakthrough came through when everybody sat down at a table and started working together and started figuring out how we're going to make something happen instead of these are all the reasons why we shouldn't have it happen. And so it's wonderful to be here today. I hope that you guys approve the project, and I hope that this becomes a template for how we can solve more of our community's problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Taylor. Holly Winnan. And Patrick Winnan.
I just wanted to thank the board for all the time and support that they've given to Big Wave so far. I'm going to let Patrick say a few words since he's the one that's going to be living there.
Hi, my name is Patrick Winnan. I can live Happy Bay, and I can thank you to all of you. Some people I know from teammates, guys and girls, Devin, Joseph, Amy, and Liz and Kendra. They can put a lot of information on that. And so yeah.
So thank you. We don't want to take up too much more time. I only have 15 more minutes on my meter.
Thank you. Maria Yates.
Hi, I'm Marcia Yates, and I'm a resident of Moss Beach, and I think that the Wellness Center at the Big Wave Project is really a fantastic project. What I totally am having a problem with are the business condos, which are 1,500 square feet. They want to have 108 of them, and there's no provision in this plan to make sure that these business condos don't turn into residential condos, because they have full-blown kitchens, and there are no floor plans for the condos. So when distinct floor plans for them. So my thing is, how are we to be assured that these are not going to be residential? How are we going to know whether somebody puts in a full-blown bathroom with a shower, or if there's full-blown kitchens? So I think that even though that you guys have all been working really hard on this project, I think like I said, I think the Wellness Center is well placed, but I really have a protest against the business industrial complex that they're putting in. So that is my, I would think that the supervisors should probably go back and talk and look about the condos and make sure that they do not turn into residentials, because that's another 108 people, and maybe 4 times 108, that's 500 people, and that increases traffic and livability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lorenos.
Hi, I'm Mary Lorenas, and I've lived in Moss Beach for 30 years, and I'm here speaking just for myself. I don't represent anyone else. As a mental health specialist and a psychologist, I've worked with people, thousands of people, and I work with their fears and their anxieties. And my concern about the Big Wave Complex Wellness Center is that we are putting a number of individuals into an area where it's isolated. They will not be truly part of a community. They will be in a live-work-play situation. When I hear things like communal dining rooms and that makes me very concerned, because there's the Lantermans Act, which strictly is opposed to this sort of isolated, all-inclusive community type living. And one of my big fears is that, you know, the office complex is built second to the wellness center, but the office complex, the ideas behind it is that it is to be financially supporting the wellness center. If the office complex fails and nothing supports the wellness center, who's going to tell those 50 individuals, those developmentally delayed individuals, that they can't live there anymore? You know, I've worked with so many people who come to me with these fears of being homeless. And it's not an easy thing to try to tell somebody, no, you won't be living there anymore. And I have a niece and a nephew who unfortunately their mother had Huntington's disease. They developed early onset Huntington's disease at age 20. Both are now in wheelchairs. Both can't speak. They can't take care of their bodily problems. So I sort of know what it is it must be feeling like to have an individual in your family who has a disability, and it is painful. It is very painful. But thank you, Mr. Horsley. Thank you, Mr. Peck, Mr. Holmes, all of you for getting together and talking civilly about this problem. Not necessarily a problem.
Thank you. David Schricker?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm David Schricker. I'm the attorney for the Montero Water and Sanitary District and will respond to the issues with respect to water service. Historically, the district has changed once it was acquired from the private company in 2003. Circumstances have changed dramatically over there. Under public service, public elected officials, the supply of the water has increased tremendously. The district is not related, has no connection with Hetch Hetchy and the limitations upon outside water service. We have groundwater. We have developed adequate water supplies. Our engineers and hydrologists have reviewed this and are well aware of this project. We are on record with the ability to serve the project, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We also have a set aside for the limited senior moment, the water for home requirements, the limited moderate. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble on that word. But anyway, the whole point is that the set-aside under the Coastal Coastal program is also devoted to this project for low, moderate income personnel. And hydraulically, we are well aware of the demands of the project and prepared to serve it. So if you have any questions, I'll be prepared to respond.
Thank you. No question. Okay. I have no more speaker cards. So with that, have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Excellent. Who would like to begin?
I'll make a couple of comments. You know, one of the, we are doing a couple of congestion management and traffic management studies. We're actually required by the Coastal Commission to do that. And there have been a number of public meetings, and as you can imagine, on Coastside, everybody has an opinion, and they are very lively meetings. And one of the intersections that's really the most problematic, actually, is Cypress. And so this project actually addresses that, because otherwise, currently, it is a very difficult intersection, not necessarily for people going north or south on Highway 1, but for people who want to enter the roadway. But what I want to do is I really want to thank both the applicant and the appellants. Actually, there's a comment, I should read this out of the letter from the Coastal Commission staff that says that, thanking the county, the applicants, the appellants, and other interested parties who have worked so hard together to address the identified LCP issues and to arrive at a mutually acceptable project. This is not the same project that was envisioned 10 years ago. It is considerably different. It's been downsized, it's been moved, it's been buffered. And my office and the planning department, and we are working on some of the issues that were mentioned today, not only Cypress Avenue, but also the propane tank, and see if we could, work in to mitigate that to make sure that it is safe. But in any case, I'm prepared to make a motion, and I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission by approving items 1 through 8 of planning staff recommendations, and in addition to the recommended amendment to condition number 66 and all recommended edits to the development agreement as recommended by planning staff.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
I would like to make just a couple quick comments, because I was probably the only one here 10 years ago. And at that time, Dave Byers had a full head of hair.
So did I.
And so did Don, as a sheriff. But I really have to say, I've never seen a process, I've seen processes take this long, but at the end of the day, what's happened recently is really tremendous. And I've done a lot of work in the land use field in my prior life. And, it's unfortunate these things take a long time, but at the end of the day, I think you've got a much better product than you had originally. It's painful, it's costly, but I give credit to all the families. I've met with a lot of the mothers. In fact, one of them actually went to high school with me. I came to find out. So, I mean, it really is incredible, the work that went into this and the support from the community and the support from the families. I obviously, you couldn't have done it and spent 12 years without their not only heartfelt support, but also financial support. So I really do think you've got a great project. I do hope it can move faster, because I would like to see these young adults be in these condos sooner than later, or the housing arrangement sooner than later. And I do believe that the business park will be successful, because if you've seen the way our county's been growing and business has been increasing, it'd be nice for people not to have to drive over the hill every day to work. And hopefully this office complex will fit that need. So I too, like Dawn, appreciate all the hard work that Dawn did, Carol's done, and the staff has been tremendous. The appellants have done a great job working with them at the end of the day, and really you're all to be commended.
Supervisor Pine?
I joined the board in May 2011, so this is my first opportunity to vote on this project, which I will be enthusiastically supporting. And like my colleagues, and as many have said, it's really great the way people have come together to forge this project, and it's come a long way. And a special hats off to the parents for their passion and love of their children, which is really the engine and fire that makes this happen. It always amazes me the advocacy that special needs parents are capable of, and this project is a reflection of their love for their children, and it's very, very impressive.
Supervisor Slocum?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to everybody that came today to share your perspectives and thoughts, and special thank you to the mothers who came and chatted with me about this matter. I really appreciate all of you being here and appreciate the visits and the emails that we've all gotten. 12 years is a very long time, as you all know far better than me. But let me just thank Supervisor Horsley for his leadership on this issue and bringing everybody together in a collaborative, communicative way. And thanks to Steve Monowitz and the Planning Department for all of your work on this, and certainly everybody else involved with the project. I think this is an example of how things can work when people sit down around a table and collaborate in a positive, communicative way. So hats off to all of you who have been in there making this happen. I'm really impressed about the possibility of jobs. Obviously, the affordable housing is a big component for me. And if there's anything I could say, let's just light a fire and get this thing done. Thank you all.
Yeah, I want to also congratulate all of you, especially the families. Mr. Holmes, Mr. Peck, this has been a labor of love for you guys, and sometimes I wondered how you stayed with it. So, for the last 25 or 30 years, I've served on the board of directors of Poplar Recare and then Community Gate Path, and I've also been on the board of Special Olympics. And the thing that I heard the most from family members is, I want a place for my kids to live. I want a place for my kids to have a job, to have a community, to have a place to live, to have a roof over their head. And I think, with some more good luck on our side and some more expediency, we'll get that done. So with that, we don't really need roll call, do we? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and then come back for the rest of our agenda. I'd like to call the meeting back to order and take up item number 7 from the health system, Laura's Law. Ms. Frazier?
Good morning. Do we have the PowerPoint? Good morning. I'm pleased to be here this morning to present for your consideration AB 1421, Laura's Law. So one of the things before we discuss specifically the details of Laura's Law, I think it's important for us to understand the context in which this law was passed. So the great news, let me take you back actually first a little bit in time. The major law that governs how people with serious mental illness who are resistant to treatment are, what the rules for folks like that, it's called the Lanterman-Petrus-Short Act. And it was passed much earlier, I believe in the 1960s, when really the only treatment for mental illness, especially serious mental illness, was confinement. The great news is that since then, there have been extraordinary advances in treatment. We are lucky to live in an era where there are now medications as well as other treatment that can mitigate the symptoms for virtually every person who has a mental illness. As a result, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services actually serves nearly 10,000 adults and older adults each year who have serious mental illness, and let me define that for you. That is defined as a schizoaffective disorder, major depression, and bipolar disease. We serve nearly 10,000 people with these diseases, and virtually all of them participate in treatment voluntarily and live in the community very successfully. Fewer than 7% of them are hospitalized ever in the course of their treatment. So that's really the great news that has changed the treatment protocols and the treatment approach since the California law, the LPS Act as it's called, was passed in the 1960s. What we have learned with these new treatment modalities is that there are some keys to long-term recovery from mental illness. One is that the client participates voluntarily. If someone doesn't want to actually participate in treatment, then of course they're resistant to treatment and generally aren't very successful in it. In addition, it's really critical, as with any human being, that we first meet the basic needs of the clients. Those include housing, food, clothing. The most successful strategies for engaging clients in treatment really meet them where they are and first engage them with the basic needs that they have to have met before they can engage in treatment. Receiving ongoing monitoring and assistance with medication is very important, as well as providing peer support, someone who's been there, who's been through this, and who knows what the challenges are, and case management. And those are folks who are dedicated to helping clients navigate through the world with the challenges that they face. Now, it is also true that despite the fact that most people
engage in mental health treatment voluntarily, there are certain people who do need to be required to receive treatment involuntarily. In California, the rule is, under the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act, the LPS Act, that someone has to either be a serious danger to themselves or others or be gravely disabled. And what gravely disabled means is you cannot provide for your food, clothing, or shelter. And obviously this has to be a result of a mental illness. This is a very high standard. And the reason it's a high standard, if you think about it, when this law was passed, really the only treatment was to confine someone. And so you are essentially imprisoning, back in the day, someone. And so you wanted to make sure that you really had a very high standard before you did that for someone. In many counties, so it is certainly possible, and we use these laws frequently in San Mateo to provide treatment to folks who are resistant to treatment. Generally, they come to psych emergency services under what's called a 5150 order, which says they're a danger to themselves or others or are gravely disabled. And then often they go into our acute psychiatric inpatient unit where they're stabilized and then discharged to some kind of treatment program. In many counties, not here, but in many counties, and I first practiced as a lawyer in San Francisco and actually practiced in this area. For example, in San Francisco, the courts decide that even if you are meet these criteria while you are institutionalized, when you are released from an institution, by definition, they say you must no longer be gravely disabled or a serious threat of harm. Otherwise, the treating practitioners would not release you, and therefore they end the order for treatment. So I want to be very clear. In most counties, there really is a terrible cycle of people deteriorating to the point where they are a danger to themselves or others or gravely disabled. They go into an institution, a court order is obtained for involuntary treatment. They get better. And then when they are released, which is an appropriate thing to do, because why should we essentially imprison people who are doing much better, the courts automatically terminate those orders. That is not true in San Mateo County. In San Mateo County, the courts understand that people can continue to meet these criteria even when they are released from an institution. This is an enormous advantage to the folks with mental health issues as well as to their families, because we are able to conserve people, and that's the technical term, actually put someone on a conservatorship, that is when they are required to receive involuntary treatment. We can maintain people on a conservatorship even when they are in the community. And so 2 interesting facts about San Mateo County. 1, we actually conserve, that is involuntarily treat, more people per capita than most California counties because of this, the way the courts here interpret the LPS Act. In addition, and we're very proud of this, most of our conservatees live in the community. You can see on the slide, it's 227 out of 363 people who are conserved as a result of a mental illness.
Excuse me, President, may I ask a question? On the prior slide, Ms.
Yeah, you bet. One more?
The first bullet, when we say the court requires people who are conserved to take their medications or regardless of where they're living. So if they're not in an institution.
Correct.
What does that really mean? How is that done?
Yeah, so what that means is that if there is someone who is on a conservatorship and the court has granted us the power to require medication, isn't true in all cases, but in most cases, the conservator, who is actually technically me, but obviously our staff will actually, if we have a client who is refusing medication and deteriorating, we can pick them up and bring them into PES and actually force medicate them and return them to the community.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So Laura's law. So remember, in the grand scheme of things, in many counties, you have this really vicious cycle of people coming into hospitalization and then coming off involuntary treatment when they are released. This obviously is not a good thing. And so the original intent behind Laura's law was to make it easier to force treatment And in particular, their intent was to require people to take medications even when they were not institutionalized. During the legislative process, as we all know, that's a compromise. We just saw that in your earlier item. The ability to force treatment was actually deleted because there was advocacy saying that this was not an appropriate thing to do. And so as a consequence, the final version of Laura's Law, as it exists in California law now, is that a judge can order a person into treatment, but cannot enforce that order. Okay? So what does Laura's Law add in San Mateo County to what we currently have? So it does add a few things. One, there are more types of people who can make a referral for an evaluation for treatment. So for example, roommates under Laura's Law can make a referral to the county mental health director, and we are then technically required to do an evaluation of the person. And so are family members to one degree of separation, so parents or siblings or adult children. The other thing is that it changes slightly the criteria for treatment. This is somewhat different, obviously, than an immediate danger to self or others or gravely disabled. And so I won't repeat them, but you can see them up on the slide. It is slightly different criteria. The belief is that this is easier to meet than the serious threat of harm or grave disability. We don't have experience with it, so I'm not sure whether that in the end will be true or not. One other thing that Laura's Law adds, and this is a key element about Laura's Law, is that the treatment that can be ordered is what's called assisted outpatient treatment. You will be familiar with that in San Mateo County as a full-service partnership. We have many people here in San Mateo County who are in a full-service partnership. I'll let Steve describe the details of it, but it is a very clearly defined in the law what this treatment modality is. It's a very small caseload, essentially with total wraparound supports 24/7. One of the things that's important to understand as you think about how we might implement this here, it is required in the law, and again, this was one of the compromises through the legislative process, that assisted outpatient treatment, or in our case, full-service partnerships, must be offered to anyone who would qualify for a full-service partnership as a condition of essentially implementing Laura's Law. So not only is it offered to people who would meet the criteria for Laura's Law, but it has to be offered on a voluntary basis to anyone who would medically benefit from it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Kaplan to take you into some of the details about implementation of the law here in San Mateo County if you decide to do so.
Thank you, Jean. I got to use this thing. So as we've been talking about what it would take to actually implement Laura's Law in San Mateo, we've really consulted with a number of other counties that have implemented Laura's Law. In particular, we're following Orange County pretty closely, and we've had numerous conversations with them. And the reason why we've done that is they're now 6 or 7 months into the actual implementation, and they're a large county. The prior implementation, the longest county that's been implementing this is Nevada County. Because they were so small, we really didn't think there were many lessons learned for us. So in talking to Orange County, it's clear that the outreach component and the engagement of potential enrollees into this program is really a key part of the entire process. And we, as you've seen in the board memo, and I'll go into a little bit more detail, have described a staffing structure that would meet that responsibility. And that what they're also finding, interestingly, in Orange County, again, is the vast majority of people that are being referred and meet criteria are accepting services voluntarily. The last report that I've heard from them is that about 60 people have been enrolled or more voluntarily, and only 2 have actually gone through the court process and have been ordered involuntarily into treatment. So this whole notion of doing pretty intensive outreach is really, from their point of view, a really key component of what they're implementing in Orange County. So to do that, as Jean said, the number of people that can actually make referrals to the mental health director, myself, has grown in Laura's Law. So we've constructed a recommendation, should you approve this, of a staffing structure that will be able to respond to what we would anticipate the number of referrals that we may receive. Interestingly, also in Orange County, what's happened in their first 6 months is they've had something like 500 calls for referrals. They've actually done about 200 assessments, and then about 60 or so have actually been voluntarily enrolled, and 2 have gone through the court. So we have to reach out to the person that's referred. We have to do an evaluation. We have to do this clinical assessment. And then we will try to engage them voluntarily before we even get close to a court process. And we'll do that by offering them a full service partnership. And as you can imagine, that's not a one-off meeting between our clinician and a potential client. It may take several meetings and some time to really engage the person to the point where they can decide whether to take services voluntarily or decline. And then we'll have the whole court process to prepare the necessary documents to go to the court. We'll need to be able to communicate to the court if the person absolutely refuses treatment. And then we have the full service partnerships, which, as you know, are all contracted services. So we would be issuing an RFP to expand our full service partnership capacity, and we would monitor those contracts. And then we have also included an evaluation component to this to see what actually transpires if you choose to implement this program. So all of our current full service partnership slots are full. We have about 329 full service partnership slots for adults. So in constructing this program, we've tried to estimate how many full service partnership slots we may need. And that includes the people that we think, the potential number of people that we think will meet the specific Laura's Law criteria, as well as Jean said, offering this level of service to other people voluntarily. So we've estimated the ultimate need, or the working slots, was about 100, but we're going to recommend moving into this in a little bit smaller increments. But we do need to add full service partnership slots. The program won't work without it. And we need additional funding to do it. As I mentioned, all the slots are full. We pay those slots principally through the Mental Health Services Act with some federal revenue, and those dollars are all obligated. We also have an important requirement as part of the full service partnerships. We must offer people housing. And that was born out of the earlier iteration of full service partnerships when it was dealing with mentally ill offenders and homelessness. So it's clear understanding that many people require secure and safe housing. So we've built in some housing subsidy within the per person number, but as you are always hearing every board meeting, the cost of housing is significant. We currently have people in our FSP, eligible for FSPs, that we can't find housing for. So technically we have people waiting to get in FSPs. We're holding slots because we can't find the housing. So this is a significant issue for us. So as I said, our best estimate is about 100 people. We don't know. It's to be honest with you, it's a guess. But in constructing this proposal, we needed to start somewhere. It may turn out we don't need that many. It may turn out we need more. And the one thing that we just want to be transparent about is if we use these 50 slots, we can't put a person on a waiting list that now becomes eligible. And you can't just add one slot at a time because, as you can imagine, it requires a certain level of staffing to meet the 1-to-10 ratios. But we believe we can start with these increments. Here's the staffing structure. There's one mistake on the slide. It says 6.5 FTEs. It's actually 5.5 FTEs. But it's really designed, again, to handle those requirements that I outlined before. You see we have the FSP contracts there. We'll start with 25 in fiscal year 15-16. If we hit that number and we still get more referrals, we may need to come back to your board. And then we have the second year funding, and you see the evaluation. We do have some startup costs once the staff gets in place. There's just things that have to get them off and running. And that's my part. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to respond to those. Thank you.
Not at this time.
Actually, I have one quick question. Just out of curiosity, what were the numbers again in Orange County? They've been up for 6 to 7 months, and how many have gone into that program?
So I last talked to them about a month ago on this. So they had received about 500 calls of inquiry of potential people. They actually did an assessment on 200, and they enrolled voluntarily 50 or so, and 2 went involuntary.
So earlier in the presentation, it talked about the number of people currently in our system was like 369, something like that?
We have 329 in full
29.
service partnership slots. We serve about 10,000 adults.
Okay. And do you consider your implementing 50 more being conservative, or?
Don't know.
You just don't know?
I just don't know.
Okay.
Our assumption is we will initially get, as Orange County did, many more calls than people are actually meet that criteria.
And when you get those calls, obviously they feel that there's something going on with an individual. The fact that they don't fit this box, if you will, so like Orange County had, 500 go down to 200, actually go to 60. What do you do with those They
Well,
must
we-
have some reason to be calling you.
Right, and we would try to expedite whatever treatment was appropriate, if treatment was appropriate, or some other social service. But if a person has mental health issues or substance use issues, but they don't meet this criteria, that team would be able to facilitate their referral to another part of our system.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Just one quick added fact is my understanding that Orange County didn't start implementing Lohr's Law until about, I believe it was in the fall of 2014.
Yeah,
So
6
their
months,
experience
about
is
6 months.
relatively short.
Yeah.
A couple of questions for you, if I may, Mr. Kaplan. I'm really struggling to get my head around the need and the nature of the people we're serving. So, as has been pointed out, I think it's been stated that we're like 100, putting Lohr's Law aside for a minute, we're like 100 FSPs short, right?
Yeah, we did an internal estimate of how many more FSP slots, and we thought conservatively 100. And that was kind of independent necessarily of the Lohr's Law specific
Right.
criteria.
But we don't necessarily know who those 100 people are. Like, we don't have a wait list.
No, there's no wait list.
Is there any wait list today for FSP?
No, we don't develop a wait list. We provide alternative treatment. Yeah.
And then it was mentioned too that we're going to hire another conservator, someone to help administer the conservatorships. And the hope there is that, if I read, 60 people would be
potentially.
Again, these are all just
These are all
right.
guesstimates at this point.
So if those, let's assume that's right. So if those 60 are conserved, does that kind of mean that there's kind of we're kind of down to 40 that we're really talking about?
No, they would be part of the they wouldn't be in the Lohr's Law court, so they wouldn't
be in the court, but
yeah.
they would need they would probably need an FSP slot.
Correct. Yep. So right now we have many people in FSPs who are conserved. They're the ones Gene's talking about living in the community.
So once we, should we implement this? Anytime someone needs an FSP, we have to meet that need.
You have to offer that level of service to them.
Regardless of whether they're a Lohr's Law person.
Correct.
Okay. So on this, I'm very, this housing issue is so difficult. And again, working off this number of 100, and it sounds like we have some people now that, I guess you can be in an FSP and not have housing, or it sounds like you have some people in that you wish we had housing for, but we don't today.
Correct.
And I mean, how are we going to get these units? I mean, is that built? I assume it's not built, or is that built into
the money per slot? There's money for housing subsidy. The question is whether it'll be enough. So I
I
think
mean,
right
just
now
even
we've,
finding-
I
just
think it's
finding
about
them out.
$6,000 per person per year.
Right, which doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, if you had to go out and find housing in the next 6 months, I mean, where would it be? Where would we find it?
It's hard.
How much would it cost?
Yeah, no, it's hard.
So if it turns out that we can't get the housing for that amount of money, do we have to, will you have to come back and ask for some more? I
Because
think-
housing is required, remember, it's not an optional part of this program.
Yeah.
So it's embedded into the full service partnership. I mean, just think about it, it doesn't do any much good if you have somebody who's homeless.
Of course.
In this program, the ability for them to actually engage successfully is going to be sketchy.
Through the president, Supervisor Pine, and that's why when we talk about affordable housing and the money that's being set aside by the board for affordable housing, I think it's so important to identify the people that are our clients, the disabled, the mentally ill, as the first priority for that housing.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's a direction we've taken, and yeah, this is a perfect example of why we need that. But anyway, I mean, as you pointed out, be eager to hear how that goes. I think that's going to be the biggest obstacle. The court will have to do a lot more work. I assume that they're ready to go, or how are they going to handle their extra staffing?
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody from the court is here. Nope. But we've had conversations with them, and the only thing I can say is they've said they're prepared to work with us on this.
Okay. A couple others. So when you look at a conservatorship versus a Laura law case, a conservatorship it seems is a better approach because you can require, as was said earlier by Ms. Frazier, you can require medication, which you can't do with Laura's law.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And as we've had the hearings in the past on Laura's law, we have talked about how because of how San Mateo Court uses conservatorship, it provides us more tools in our toolkit.
So it would seem like a priority would be what are the barriers to these conservatorships? I mean, are there folks? Have we identified many folks that need them that for some reason we can't get conserved, or where's this 60 number?
Well, it seems like through a referral process, if we may find people through this process that have not yet hit our system.
Okay. So my last increase. So when we get into this and we have some, assuming we go forward, we have some experience with it. And, let's say a couple years, 2 years out from now, our experience tracks Orange County, or, we end up with, 6 or 8 or 10 people who actually went to court and were, required to enter into treatment. But then we'll have this kind of ancillary, the bigger impact will be all the folks that we found that went into these services voluntarily, right? Mm-hmm. But if I understand the numbers correctly, in fiscal year 15-16, the price tag is about 1.3 million, and
right.
about 560 is for the FSP.
Correct.
Which would suggest 750 is for whatever all the other things.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the following fiscal year, the price tag is about 2.4, 1.5 is the SFP, so 900 is the other things.
Correct. So
at the end of this 2 years, that 1.6 million, really may have yielded these 8 or 10 or 12. I mean, we don't know, but there's a core set of services that a lot of people are going to benefit from.
Correct.
And then there's a lot of time and expense that we're going to find some people who qualify for and require court sanction. Mm-hmm. But we're probably going to find too many. I mean, you said the most you think you'll find is 24.
Yeah, we initially when we started this, and I think other counties use this in their planning processes, some experience out of New York that have what's called Kendra's Law. And the data they used to try to project the potential eligible population was 1 in 25,000 adults. So when you do that in San Mateo, that's anywhere between 20 and 25 people who may meet the involuntary criteria. So may meet specific Lora's Law criteria that may enter into the program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kaplan, if we took the $2.4 million and put it in your budget without a Laura's Law pilot program, what could you or could you not do with that additional money?
Well, there's a lot of things we could do. We would focus again, and similarly on the full service partnerships. I think what we're learning, and we're learning this with our family assertive response team, FAST, is the real importance of being out there in the community, engaging clients and family members, as opposed to waiting for referrals to come in. So if I was designing this, I would design it in some ways similar in that there would be a very strong outreach component to be able to be quickly responding in the community to family members and police and other concerned community people, and continue to work with people to engage services in full service partnerships.
And you could make a significant difference in the mental health of those clients with this additional.
We believe we can, and I think what we can
this
fall
additional
back
money?
on is the data from the full service partnership experience in San Mateo as well as statewide is really outstanding in terms of reducing hospitalizations, reducing incarcerations, and improving quality of life. So it's that model that's successful, and we believe that model would continue to be successful by expanding the number of slots.
You know, you guys, I think maybe Supervisor Groom is kind of asking the same sort of inquiry I was that if roughly speaking it's 3.7 million and 1.6 is the Laura Law element, what would happen if we just took the Laura Law element out and put the whole one, did all 3.7
That's what I'm.
right to services?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm curious about. Supervisor Slocum?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if it makes, I mean, I like the idea and concept. Does it make sense to postpone the vote if that's possible and ask Mr. Kaplan and the team to come back with that sort of an analysis?
Be interesting to know. It would be interesting to know, I think.
Just well, maybe two questions, perhaps. One is that, the health plan has a contract with Brilliant Corners for housing. Do you have a housing locator as part of the project?
We rely on the staff and the contract agencies, but I do want to say we are in conversations with Brilliant Corners to address some of our housing problems.
They seem to have been somewhat successful with the health plan, because the health plan has a significant number of people who have emergency room admissions who are also homeless, and they've been able to find homes, so they seem to have a pretty good track record.
Yeah.
The other question is that, have you looked at the jail population? I know we've talked a lot about the number of people who are mentally ill in our jails. In fact, one of the criteria has to do with being in jail. Have we looked at that population to see how many of those clients might be eligible for this and that might actually get them out of the jail?
I don't think we've looked specifically at Laura's Law criteria for in the jail population for eligibility. I don't think we've done that inquiry yet.
I'd suggest it might be something to work with the sheriff's department to look at that population. If we could, I just think it'd be better. It's better to have them out of the facility as opposed to inside a jail.
Yeah, that's a great idea. As you know better even than we, however, in the end, it's the judges who decide
I've
where they're
had lots of experience with that, yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Kaplan? We'll take the public comment and then we'll come back and talk about this a little bit longer. Martin Fox.
Good morning again, President Groom, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisors Slocum and Mr. Malpe, and County Council Mr. Byers. Thank you for this opportunity. Please vote to implement Laura's Law now, and please measure its performance in terms of the number of persons who voluntarily accept treatment after being notified that they may be subject to a civil court order to appear should they refuse to do so voluntarily and accept treatment. Please also measure Laura's Law performance in terms of the number of mental health related calls for law enforcement services throughout the county, including its cities, as well as the number of jail bookings, criminal competency proceedings, state hospital referrals, probation, and parole violations, which we are also responsible for. On a related criminal law technical matter, the California Supreme Court ruled that a district attorney has exclusive jurisdiction over all local criminal justice diversion programs. The United States Department of Justice certified Laura's Law as an effective and efficient recidivism reduction program in March of 2012. Therefore, please amend the proposed resolution to provide that since Laura's Law is a federally recognized local diversion program, it shall be operative in San Mateo County upon receipt of written confirmation from the district attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Laura Miller.
Hello. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Laura, and I'm here to support NAMI for Laura's Law. My sister has struggled with mental illness for over 20 years in the county of San Mateo, where my family has resided for over 44 years. Had Laura's Law been in place to support my family and my sister, this could have been a life-changing difference for myself in either having a family or being left without one. Therefore, I deeply urge you to implement Laura's Law into our community so that no other family has to suffer as mine has. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Dale Milfay? Dale Milfay?
Yes. Hello. I'm Dale Milfay, and I'm former vice president of NAMI in San Francisco. It took 11 years of advocating in San Francisco before they adopted Laura's Law last July, and sadly, unlike Orange County, they have yet to implement it. I have to remind you, I have now a 40-year-old son who's been failed by both the San Mateo County system. He was conserved at Cordilleras. He went out into the community with no forced medication. He's now back in San Francisco with me. He's been in jail after trying to kill me. I've had 16 terrorist warnings, and if he had been under Laura's Law 11 years ago, remember that you don't have to be gravely disabled to be on Laura's Law, and you can remain living with your family. That is the thing that I think they forgot to tell you. You could be court mandated under Laura's Law, meet the criteria for these many hospitalizations, and still live with your family. You do not have to first be homeless. You do not have to be gravely disabled. And that is why Laura's Law is another tool in the toolbox, which is really worth looking at. Nobody's mentioned that here. I want you to read the legislation and know that it protects the civil rights of a person much more than being declared incompetent. And I know that San Mateo uses grave disability in a much more humane way than San Francisco does, because in San Francisco you can eat out of a garbage can and not be gravely disabled. I have to tell you, my son is now 40 years old. He suffers from persistent schizoaffective disorder. I'll let you go, but that's the main thing that I want you to take home.
Thank you, Ms. Milfay. Jerry Thompson.
Hello, I'm from the local affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. It's been referred to earlier. We want to share with you that it's our belief that Laura's Law will eventually have an outcome of saving the county money by lessening incidences of police intervention and decreasing hospital admissions. This can occur by facilitating early intervention before situations escalate, especially for those that lack the self-awareness to see that they need the therapy and support.
I took this.
I also want to emphasize that Laura's Law provides support and reinforces the natural bond of family by giving family members another way to deal with a family member that has a mental health condition and doesn't want to follow the treatment plan. Families offer the best support for somebody to get into recovery, and by this, Laura's Law will help us provide that support. There has been a growing tide of support for mental illness, as was evidenced with Orange County and San Francisco bringing it on. And lastly, I'm proud to be a member of San Mateo County, where it's taking a positive and progressive view on the care for those with mental health conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Jenny Clennell.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for listening to me. Laura's Law would provide easier access to treatment for severely mentally ill people who are non-adherent to prior treatment in the community. My daughter is one of those. The hospital emergency room has been a revolving door for my daughter, since she is unable to understand that her diabetes and other health issues require treatment in a medical setting. Her needs would be better met as a gravely disabled individual whose perception of reality is not stable. Certainly, it would be more cost-effective for the county. There are many others like her. In her case, a combination of bipolar disorder, brain damage, cognitive deficits, and diabetes puts her life in a precarious balance. Any avenue of support would literally be a lifesaver. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clennell. Kathleen Holt.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I ask you to pass Laura's Law to provide a better system for families to help seriously mentally ill family members. Every time a mentally ill person has a crisis caused by lack of medication or care, two things occur. One, significant brain deterioration that cannot be reversed. Two, danger to the mentally ill person, the family, and the larger community increases. In a paranoid delusion, my son made a premeditated, detailed murder threat to me as his primary caregiver. I managed to pull myself together, calm him down, get him to bed, and get the Foster City Police, who handled him well and got him to psychiatric services. Although highly traumatic, I am thankful nobody was injured. Things could have gone much worse. This crisis occurred after 3 years of piecemeal county mental health. I highly commend law enforcement and the court system for giving us the safety to heal as a family. However, this crisis could have been averted by an open, available mental health program as outlined in Laura's Law. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Betty Avila.
Good morning, Supervisors. I urge you to support Laura's Law because it not only affects families, but it's the ensuing children that are born out of wedlock because these young adults cannot make decisions and these children are born. They are deemed unfit parents. The children are then taken out of the home. Somebody else has to raise them. These children go to school. That involves the school system and all of their support. And it would be a lot more cost effective if Laura's Law was in place and this situation wouldn't escalate and snowball as it does. I do want to commend the San Mateo County for having a lot of services that are available. For instance, the ASSERT team, the FAST team, because you can call them and they are there to help. And the results that I've personally felt have been tremendously positive. So if this could be implemented on a further basis, that would serve a lot more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Laura Kaplan.
I didn't come here to speak about this at all, but my name is Laura, of course, and I feel compelled to share just how pervasive this problem is. My own brother is mentally ill with schizophrenia and has been in prison a couple of times for things that were obviously related to his illness. I begged and pleaded with the court system, with the jail system, etc., to get help for him. He never got help. To this day, I fear for my mother's safety because of him. I wish there had been something like this in place to enable him to get the help he needs and has all his life refused. So just another voice to say this is very pervasive. It strikes close to home, even though I came here for something completely different. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kaplan. Carol Gosto.
It's Carol Gosho, and I am on the board of NAMI for the past 12 years. I'm not speaking, though, on behalf of NAMI today. I'm speaking as a family member who case managed my daughter about 15 years ago through the system, and that was my introduction into the state of our mental health system. We are fortunate that we have a very progressive county here. I think we're one of the leaders in the country. I think that Laura's Law might be advantageous for us as an additional tool, but I'd like to question one critical issue, and that is the Laura's Law suggests having AOT, assisted outpatient treatment. And the county says that FSP, which is the full service partnership, is the same thing. I don't think that that offers 24/7 services, and the team of 10 people, which is modeled after ACT, which is assertive community treatment, which was started in Madison, Wisconsin by the hospital people there in 1974, in the 1970s. So this is something that is not new. And I think that we do need to have a full service team of people, and that is not provided by the providers as I understand it in this community. So whatever you decide, I think that needs to be looked at and clarified. And so anyway, I appreciate your help on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gosho. Deborah Wright.
Good afternoon. I'm a volunteer for Heart and Soul in San Mateo County, and I'm also a consumer, and I was voluntarily placed in the hospital in September of 2013, and I want to say when I was in that position, it wasn't a voluntary or involuntary thing. I needed help, and thank God the County of San Mateo was there to service me. But I just want to say that in IOT, involuntary outpatient treatment, is no more effective than voluntary-based services. Enhanced services are the answer, not more forced treatment. Programs like IHOT, In-Home Research Team in San Diego, have reduced use of ER and PES. Studies of New York or Kendra's Law and North Carolina IoT programs conclude that IoT provides no increased benefits to consumers than those receiving a full range of services provided voluntarily. Research funded by California Department of Mental Health found that 55% of clients interviewed who had experienced forced treatment reported that fear of forced treatment caused them to avoid treatment altogether. Thank you for
That's
listening.
right, thank you. That's the last speaker card that I have. So,
I have a question for Steve. I'm going through the notes that you gave us earlier. You mentioned in Orange County, there were 51 people or 52 people that actually met the criteria, but they didn't go through the courts.
Yeah, right. My understanding is when they whittled it down, 50 people may have met the criteria, more than 50. 2 have gone through involuntary. The rest agreed to services voluntarily.
But so if you took those, the ones that you recognized and they voluntarily went, this is before they even went to courts, you do the full service partnership, and maybe 1 or 2 might fall out of that and they don't go along with what you're trying to accomplish for them. So they go to court and then they tell them, they mandate them to do it, but they can't enforce it.
Correct.
So if they didn't do it the first time, I guess I'm struggling with why would they do it the second time? I mean, I'm
Well,
trying to
some-
understand the efficacy
yeah.
of Laura's laws.
Some advocates that we've talked to talk about, quote, the black robe effect. So somebody's in front of a judge orders somebody to do something, and that has a potential impact. I'm not sure that's ever been studied, but that's a supposition that has been made about Laura's law. When the conversation has gone to, well, at the end of the day, the court is left with no ability to enforce their order. Advocates have talked about the black robe effect. And, to be honest, looking at drug court and some of these other programs, for some people that may have an impact, but I don't think there's ever been anything that actually been evaluated to determine whether that's a contributing factor.
I do wonder if we should talk to the courts. I remember this was years ago, talking with the courts, because they had a program similar where they tried to get people in the programs, but again, it was voluntary, and it didn't work very well. I mean, they just, unless it's mandated, which they mandated, but if you can't enforce it, that was my understanding. This was, like I say, this was years ago, and I'm just trying to understand if we can do this, as you were talking about, on our own, give people full service partnership voluntarily. The ones that don't take it voluntarily, I guess I'm just wondering, by having them go to court, will they actually do that? And you say here in Orange County, 1 person was ordered by the court, and I'm just sort of curious. Even though they're ordered, did they go into treatment?
That I don't know.
And that's the kind of thing I'd be curious about, because if you go through all this and at the end of the day you get a lot of people that volunteer and we can really help those individuals, you send one to court because they don't do it voluntarily and the court orders them, and then they still don't do it. It seems like a huge process for those that won't do it, and I'm guessing that's why a lot of places haven't adopted this in the past.
I can follow up with Orange County on that specific
I'm sort of
question.
curious.
Yeah. The other thing, Mr. Kaplan, you said that you could follow up on was the amount of mental health calls and the amount of people in the jail who could be eligible for more mental health services. I'd be curious to know those numbers.
I just had a follow-up question to Supervisor Tissier. In the Orange County situation, it's new, but I mean, it's a good thing that, let's say it's 50 people are getting services voluntarily. That's good,
Right,
good
yes.
result.
Mhm.
I mean, and Mr. Fox made the comment, well, maybe that's in part because they were partly into the Laura's Law process. I mean, what was it that got these 50 people, into the program? I mean, are there...
So again, I haven't talked to Orange County specifically, but my hypothesis would be going in, it wasn't about threatening somebody that if you don't take it voluntarily, we're going into court. But I can follow up on that too.
But they probably did more outreach. They probably went out.
Oh, they did outreach, a lot of outreach with the family members. So it isn't just strictly they're out there talking with family members, and they're trying to engage people. But I can follow up on that in terms of what do they think has been the reason why so many people have agreed to take services voluntarily.
You know, one thing I'm just starting to realize now that I was looking at it a little bit too simplistically before when I was thinking that there was, you know, X amount for the FSP and then Y amount for everything else. I mean, some of that Y is, you know, you got to have because you got to do more outreach.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, whether it's Laura's Law or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Through the president?
Yes.
I tend to be in favor of implementing Laura's Law, mostly because, you know, I know it's not a panacea and fix everything, but I do think that it gives families, and I don't think, you know, it may not work for just, you know, people in jail or people living under a culvert, but I think for a family, it gives them one more tool. And the other thing is that I do think that, and I can't prove this, I don't know, maybe you'll find out when you do some research, when you talk to the 50 people who are not in treatment, and when they're told that you potentially will go to court to be ordered to be in a treatment, I suspect that a significant number of those, because of that, will go into treatment. And one of my experiences from criminal justice is that probation is a very effective in keeping people out of jail, because what it does, it's case management. And I can also, one of the, well, if you look at drug court, mental health court, and I think they call it pathways, they seem to be pretty effective. And because of, you know, I think we've all seen drug court, how the impact of the judge has a major impact on people. The other experience that I had was a program we called Options some years back, when we got people who were mentally ill out of jail, and we had a whole lot of things. You know, housing was important, and we had a whole bunch of other things. We even paid for membership in YMCA, but what was a crucial part was case management.
Mm-hmm. So in
And
full
you know,
service
if you don't have the
partner-
case management, it doesn't work. And so I look at having, you know, the impact of a court, and somebody other than mom and dad, or, you know, or you or I, ordering somebody into treatment has a salutary effect. I think it does work. I'm not going to say it's going to work for everybody. I'm not saying it's a panacea. I think it'll get a lot more people into treatment, because if they're not in treatment now, there's got to be some way. It's not just going up and saying, if they've been refusing it in the past, just going and saying, here's a FSP is available, they're still going to reject it. But if they're told by their, you know, their family or us, you will go to a court and the court will order you, I think that has like I said, I think it has a significant and effective effect.
Anyone else? Supervisor Slocum?
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything that Supervisor Horsley said.
Of course.
Thank you for the comments. I mean, I think all of us support families and kids, and I'm not sure that's the question. The critical question for me right now today, I'm having to vote on this. I just feel like there's millions and millions of dollars being spent, both in the current program and the couple of million for the proposed Laura's Law program. And part of me is really curious about, well, and maybe this comes from a very simplistic, uninformed point of view, but why can't we take the very best of Laura's Law and the very best of what we do today, plug it in together, and create something that's really a model for California in the 21st century, and not just, you know, sort of do Laura's Law because Orange County did Laura's Law. I mean, there's millions and millions of dollars here, and I frankly like the suggestion of the president to come back and understand more about those millions and the full service partnerships, and what ideas you all may have as professionals in the field to take the best of this and this and this and put it together and create this new sort of model. That may come from a naive perspective, but that's what's on my mind. Thank you.
Okay. What is your pleasure? Would Supervisor Horsley would like to, I think, make a motion, but would Supervisor Slocum has suggested that we ask the health team to come back with some additional ideas and some additional statistics, and so would you be willing to have a month's continuance? Is that enough time to do some of that research?
Yeah, it's specific, I'm sorry, through the chair, I would like to know from Orange County of the people that they got into treatment. Did they do it just by saying, here, it's treatment, or did they do it by saying, you don't do it, we're gonna send you to court? And I think that's worthwhile information to get for us.
I do too. Is a month enough time, or do you need do you need longer? Okay, Supervisor Pine.
I think it's a good course to have staff bring some more information up, and frankly, I think it's a really hard call.
I do too.
And that, I mean, you were very persuasive, Don, in your points. And on the other hand, you know, you kind of wonder, we want to get the most benefit we can out of our investment. And so I think getting some more data on that would be helpful. And I guess also I would ask Mr. Kevin, if any more data on the housing that would be helpful, because I think you mentioned, if I remember, you know, out of the 30,000 for the FSP, only 6,000 is for housing. So, you know, I guess you're not going to get much housing for 500 or you know, a month, or so maybe there's other income streams that they can use. But I'm just very I'd like to hear more about how we're going to find housing for these individuals.
Louise Rogers, Deputy Chief of the Health System. The housing issue is significant, and one of the challenges is that the full-service partnership pricing, historically, has really been based on the assumption that the vast majority of enrollees will be on SSI for their disability. So the component that funds the housing assumes a bit of an additional revenue stream coming from SSI. With Laura's Law, we're really blind to that kind of eligibility. So no one in the state yet knows exactly how the pricing for these full-service partnerships, including the housing component, in the end of the day, you know, will work out. So that's another piece that we'll have to monitor.
Thank you.
I guess my point, I think regardless of how we turn out on what we decide on Laura's Law, I think there's predicting a lot of support for more FSPs, and I'd just like to hear more about where we're going to house these folks.
So do we need a motion to continue, or can we just continue? I forget. Okay. We'll bring this back in 1 month. And I think we all want to thank every one of you who came today to testify. We learned a lot of information, and we learned a lot about the family structure, and we think, and your personal stories have had an impact us, but we just think that we need a little more information.
Can I ask for one more bit of information, if it's possible? When you talk to Orange County, one of the individuals indicated it's not that you always have to go out and find additional housing. Oftentimes they can come back and live with the family. And I'd be curious, you know, say of those 50, how many went back and lived with their family? So housing's an issue, but it's not maybe the be-all, end-all issue. So that would be, if they have that information.
Can I summarize what the comeback is? So we want to find out more about how people were engaged and brought into voluntary care. Was there something hanging over their head about the court, or what was their strategy, and what have they found to be most effective? We want to find out what's been the outcome of the people that have gone in involuntarily, what's happened with them. We have the housing issues. Where are we going to find housing? What might be the costs? And the last one was what might be some other housing, I would add, not just with family members, but they may have other housing with friends or others that support them that isn't needing to be subsidized. Were there any others?
I think the question of mental health calls.
The number of mental health
calls. And I think Don brought up the health plan of San Mateo using Brilliant Corners, and what maybe we need to know a little bit more about that.
I'd also be curious, I mean, we're talking about the implementation, but obviously the Orange County Board adopted this. And I'd be curious if their reasoning behind adopting it was similar to what Don was talking about. It's not that it's the be-all, end-all, but it is an additional tool for the parents or the family members to at least have some place to send them, to get them before someone other than themselves. And whether or not that was their reasoning, or they had some other reasoning for why they chose at the end of the day to adopt it.
As Steve and his team do more research, I want to suggest that maybe one of us call a supervisor
Oh, we
in
could
Orange
do that.
County and have a conversation.
We could do that.
We can
Yeah.
decide.
Yeah.
Who would, well, we can decide who wants to do that.
Do we have to go down to Orange County? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, just kidding.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean and Steve, for that really good report and good conversation. So now we'll go to item number 8, which is a resolution authorizing the hiring of retiring Program Service Manager Shirley Lamar to be an extra help position to assist in the recruitment and training of her successor.
Madam President, members of the board, I know that you all know Shirley and the great work that she's done in the Choices program in the jails over the years. She's retired recently. In order to make sure that there's a smooth transition in her successor, utilizing the Choices program, we would like to bring her back on temporary help for about 180 days or so to assist in that transition.
I'd be happy to make that motion. I'm familiar with Shirley's work. She does a tremendous job, and if we can get a smooth transition, that would be ideal.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, any discussion, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Now we'll go to number 9. Resolution approving a mini park policy. Marlene Finley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable board members, Manager Malpe, and Council Byers. I wanted to share with you some of the background on the mini parks policy that's before you today. Science is validating what moms and dads have known for years. Being outside is good for health. It's not too much of a stretch to think of parks as part of our county's health care system, as they provide an antidote to everyday stress, as they provide a place to play, a place to garden, and a place to touch nature. But not everyone in San Mateo County has access to active play areas or community gardens. In fact, some of our unincorporated areas of the county are park poor. Park professionals recommend 3 to 6 acres of active parks, that is, ball fields, play structures, and such, for every 1,000 residents. So 3 to 6 acres for every 1,000 residents. But North Fair Oaks, for example, has 0.03 acres per 1,000 residents. Mini parks, defined as parks less than 5 acres, often with high levels of infrastructure, have not been a traditional responsibility of San Mateo County parks. The policy before you will legitimize the role of the county in providing active play areas close to where people live in the unincorporated areas of the county. Specifically, this policy would allow county parks to work with partner organizations to manage mini parks where there are no other providers serving this role. Other requirements for mini parks in the policy before you include a demonstrated need for the park and community support, a community-based proponent such as another agency or nonprofit willing to step forward to help build, maintain, or operate the park. Also, mini parks could include the management and maintenance of existing parks, orphan parks, if you will, that parks that could be adopted by county parks where there's a partnering agency or nonprofit in support. So this policy is the product of the Mini Parks Subcommittee. Many of them are here today. The subcommittee was chaired by 2 county parks and recreation commissioners and composed of representatives from Pescadero Municipal Advisory Committee, North Fair Oaks Community Council, and Midcoast Community Council, among others. The committee was supported administratively by 2 county interns, Ashley Quintana and Ellie Dahlman. It was unanimously recommended by your Parks and Rec Commission and endorsed by park staff. So please consider this opportunity to, in Supervisor Slocum's words, make history.
Did I really say that?
You did.
Okay.
At Friendship Park.
Thanks, Director Finley. We have a couple speaker cards, unless you have questions. Okay, Laura Kaplan.
Again, you've heard that the North Fair Oaks area in particular is underserved with related to parks, and of course the expansion of parks space in North Fair Oaks is part of the North Fair Oaks plan for the well-being of the residents. You're all aware of that. So you probably also know that community groups within this area have in the past come together to create mini parks such as Friendship Park. However, once the initial momentum wears off, it has been difficult to sustain that. And in fact, Friendship Park is on its third iteration and is now being supported by the county. I am also a member of Fair Oaks Beautification Association, or FOBA, which has 3 mini parks in the North Fair Oaks area, and it's our experience that I think could inform why this is helpful. We started out with a small park about 20 years ago. About 15 years ago, created a playground, which is very highly utilized by the surrounding neighbors, kids, families. And yet, I have served on the FOBA board over 10 years and made it my mission to kind of sustain and keep that playground going, spearheading fundraising and so on. But for many years, we were down to a skeleton crew of about 3 or 4 board members who didn't have children, just to keep that playground going. And we only got revitalized when some folks came in who now have created the newest of the mini parks in our area, which is at Bay and 18th. But in any case, I think that that experience, the fact of how difficult it has been to kind of sustain a mini park with just the community organization itself, really illustrates why it's important and necessary to have this policy, which would create the county as a sustaining, ongoing, solid supporting member for both the creation of new parks and maintaining of the ones we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Merrilees.
Thank you, board members, for considering this resolution. There really aren't very many places in the unincorporated county that need something like this, and I don't anticipate very many will come forward, but there are a few places where the county can do a much better job than a small community organization. And this resolution is really a package of the way that people can ask for help. And you can turn down any of these parks if you want to, but where there's an incredible need, where there perhaps isn't another organization that can do this, for instance, a special district or a city, if there's no other park around and the neighbors can't really keep this together, then this is a way of the county to jump in and help the community. And so we really appreciate your consideration on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service on the Park and Recs Commission and on this subcommittee. So, what's your pleasure?
Move approval of the policy.
Second.
Okay. Anybody want to make any comments?
I just want to thank a couple people.
Okay, please do.
Let me start with Marlene Finley. Marlene, your leadership on this issue is recognized and appreciated, and there's just a new energy in our park system, and I attribute that to you and your team, and appreciate everything you've done. To the two folks who, I guess, volunteered for the subcommittee, Commissioners Neil Merrilees and Maida Okello. I know they're both here. Yep. I want to say thank you because I know that as this was going through the process, especially Maida kept me informed of how much vetting this policy went through, and so I know it coming out the other end is solid and workable, and I appreciate all of their work and effort on that. Appreciate the long time effort of Laura Kaplan regarding parks in North Fair Oaks. And also I think Laura Martinez participated from the North Fair Oaks Council in these work groups. So I wanted to recognize her leadership too. So thank you to everybody that had a hand on making this day possible.
I just want to add that we had a wonderful Streets Alive, Parks Alive event at Friendship Park. And it really showed the beauty of a neighborhood park and a community park and taking up some space and making it really cool.
Let's make one more comment. You know, it's just want to point that on the coast side, and there was a Moss Beach. There was a Moss Beach Park that, as you all recall, ended up as a tax sale because the 501c had expired, the community group had kind of fallen apart, and we ended up having to reverse that tax sale, and then we have subsequently had to rebuild it. And again, thanks to the leadership of Marlene Finley, it'll be finished, I think, sometime around June. It's a remarkable asset for that whole Moss Beach area. So I really support this new policy as well, and I really also want to thank the two members of our Parks Commission that spent so much time working on this. It's well done, well thought out.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let's go do it. Now we're going to go to item number 10.
Madam President, we're going to have a crew of people come up here to make the presentation, so it'll just be a second to
All right.
set up.
All righty, we're back. We're going to go to item number 10, which is a report and asking us to provide direction on Measure A dollars for affordable housing programs and projects.
Thank you very much, President Groom. My name is Peggy Jensen. I'm Deputy County Manager, and we have here today our affordable housing team to report back to you. Why don't we start with introductions?
Steve Monowitz, Acting Community Development Director for the Planning and Building Department.
Bill Lowell, Director of the Department of Housing.
I'm John Niblin. I'm a Chief Deputy in the County Council's office.
So as President Groom said, our agenda for this afternoon is to report back on the action requested by your board at the Affordable Housing Study Session and receive direction from the board on allocation of the $11.5 million in Measure A money that's been set aside for affordable housing. To start, I'd like to review what your board did on March 17th, 2015. At your regular meeting, the morning of the 17th of March, you reviewed Measure A recommendations. As part of that review, you identified $11.5 million for affordable housing. Of that $11.5, $9 million was specified for an affordable housing fund, and we will provide additional information and update on that. An additional $2.5 million was set aside for additional affordable housing related projects. In the afternoon on the 17th of March, your board conducted an affordable housing study session. And as a result of that session, there were 29 follow-up requests. There were 11 requests by your board based upon recommendations in the white paper that was prepared by staff, and 18 additional items that your board identified that you requested we do additional work on. Oops. So in terms of what we're proposing to do to report back to you today, starting today, the 19th of May, we will provide you update on the action items that we've been able to take action on to date. And we also have before you a proposal for $10.9 million of those Measure A funds. The recommendations you provide to us today, the direction you provide regarding that $10.5 million will be included in the June preliminary budget brought back to your board. And we've set aside, as you can see, you recommended 11.5, and we're having recommendations for $10.5 million. There's an additional $1 million that's been set aside for projects that require additional research. We propose to come back to your board on the 2nd of August with follow-up on those additional items and recommendations on the allocation of that additional $1 million in Measure A funding. With an August 2nd recommendation, we'll be able to include those, the desire of your board in terms of the allocation of those funds in the September final budget hearings. So that's the timeline that we're proposing. We'd now like to go into a brief report back on the items that your board requested. We have organized those items based upon the type of report back it would include, and we will take turns based upon whichever department is taking a lead on that project. So we'll start with the immediate action items.
Okay, I think I have several of the immediate items. We didn't want to waste any time here, and so continuing the success of the Affordable Housing Fund, the board looked at March 17th at allocating $9 million in the next 2-year budget cycle, together with $3 million from the Housing Authority. It will make a total of $12 million over 2 years for the Affordable Housing Fund. The Department of Housing issued a Notice of Funding Availability, a NOFA, over a month ago for the first $6 million of this, and we received responses. Last week we had 7 responses totaling $7.9 million. So we are conducting analyses. We'll be bringing that back for board action at the end of June. I did want to just, I know we're going to go through these quickly, but on this one, it's such a big one, and I did want to say or reiterate for the board in view of the Health Department's presentation. We do, in these projects, and depending on what the priority of the county is at the moment, we do require, and we work with our contractors to include vulnerable county populations. So in the last 2 senior projects, Half Moon Bay and now Foster City, we work with the health plan and health department to include the frail seniors, the Duals project. In the last 2 family projects, South City and San Mateo, we included the Mental Health Services Act money and dedicated units for MHSA eligible folks. And we've done veterans, so it depends on, we want to do foster youth and an upcoming family project. So I just want to reiterate that it's a good opportunity to do that, and we do. So the second item, recommendation, is around the landlord tenant information and referral program. In a sense, this is a resurrection of something that existed several years ago, was very successful in terms of the number of folks served. At the time, much harder budget times, it died at that time because of lack of funding, but we're bringing that back, and we plan to issue, with your approval, an RFP later this month, and hope to have that contracted out at the beginning of the new fiscal year. Third is that your board voiced support for the continuation of the 21 Elements project. We've been meeting with Baird and Driscoll, which is the consultant for that project, and have put together a project plan with them for the next 2 years. The total for that over 2 years is $400,000. All of the 21 jurisdictions will contribute a small amount towards that, and then it will leave another, actually over 2 years, $175,000 that the county Measure A would put in, and CCAG is taking action to put in a matching amount of $175,000. We also had talked about promoting shared housing. We had a proposal from a letter of interest originally from HIP Housing, and we've been meeting with HIP Housing around what the deliverables will be, how that project will actually look. It's been very exciting, and they've been good meetings. We plan to have a contract with them for $300,000 back to your board at the end of June so that we can start in July with their expansion, basically the expansion of their program and really deepening of their infrastructure. And we also talked a lot about the problem of having landlords accept Section 8 vouchers at this point, and the large number of unused vouchers, which is just probably our biggest nightmare. We by virtue of your board action, actually a couple months ago, applied to HUD to use our housing assistance payment money, a portion of that, for what we're calling a leasing success program, and which includes 3 things: landlord incentives, some deposit assistance for prospective tenants, because the deposits at this point are also in the multi-thousands, and also a housing locator service. We issued an RFP for the Housing Locator Service over a month ago and received responses. Last Friday was the deadline. There were 4 good responses. We're analyzing those now and expect that to come back to the board as a contract proposal. And
Great. Well, the next item then is the mobile home rent control audit. As we discussed last time we were here, the county, in fact, back in 2003, adopted a mobile home rent control ordinance. And one of the things we've ascertained recently, just in feedback we've gotten from the field, is that there's a lack of clarity, we believe, in among the public with respect to the enforceability of this ordinance. We've determined that it is, in fact, an enforceable ordinance. It has been. I think there might have been some confusion owing to some court cases going back over 10 years. But very clearly, our ordinance is an effective one, one that we should be enforcing. So one of the things that we're doing here in County Council in collaboration with Planning and Building and Housing and County Manager's Office is to put together a work plan to sort of audit sort of historically what's transpired with respect to enforcement. Where are we relative to where we should be with respect to rent control in the mobile home communities in the unincorporated area? Developing a program to communicate out to stakeholders that, in fact, this ordinance exists and here are the requirements. And then making sure that we have real good clarity with respect to enforcement of this ordinance going forward. So that's an effort that we're moving very quickly on. We expect to have further information available to you all later this month.
And the last immediate one on here is Department of Housing staff support. So there's a lot going on, and we're eager to do it. It's very exciting. As you know, the Department of Housing is probably 99% federal funds, and our administrative funds are for the federal programs. But as we increase the county programs, as we're fortunate enough to do that, and just the general overall level of activity increases, we need county support to increase our staffing for this.
So the next set of report backs relate to policies the Department of Planning and Building will take the lead on.
So the Planning and Building Department have a number of initiatives we'll be undertaking in the upcoming year. The first has to do with second units, which provide a source of affordable housing but are not always necessarily easy or cheap to build. One of the things we want to do in order to facilitate second units is to update our regulations to streamline the process for that review. We also want to provide design templates so that property owners can make use of prepared architectural drawings that have already been through design review process where necessary. And we want to establish an amnesty program for second units that have been built illegally. That will provide some flexibility to zoning and parking requirements, but we need to ensure that these units will be safe for habitation. So we will need to apply the building code. And in order to make sure that can happen, we want to offer a rehabilitation loan program. So folks who want to use the amnesty program and legalize their units has some funds available to make the improvements necessary to ensure their safety. A similar program is being proposed for small houses. Once again, the department is proposing to prepare pre-approved design templates for small houses that can be used by owners of lots, small lots on the coast side or in North Fair Oaks, to obtain the necessary permits to build these units. We're also looking at offering these templates to larger property owners who may want to install a number of them for purposes of housing multiple families. With regard to additional new policies, we are pursuing a no net loss policy. This would require a one-for-one replacement of any loss in an existing affordable housing unit, for example, by contributing to a fund that would be used to create, preserve, or rehabilitate new units, and also an affordable housing overlay zone, which would provide an incentive for developers to include affordable housing units within their projects. And we'd be working with the 21 Elements groups to develop both the no net loss policy as well as the affordable housing overlay zone. Not only so we could take advantage of their expertise in that area, but make these policies available for consideration by the cities. Finally, we'll be looking at a co-housing policy, and really what this involves is going through our regulations to find out what sort of obstacles exist to people who want to use, let's say, a single-family residence to house multiple families. So we would review our regulations and make whatever changes are necessary to enable co-housing to be developed.
Great. I think we're next going to talk about a couple of ordinances. One that we would be bringing as a new ordinance to the board, and the second would be essentially a revision to an existing ordinance. The first one there is the inclusionary housing ordinance. As you know, the county does in fact have an inclusionary housing ordinance that requires a certain proportion of new rental and owner-occupied housing to be made affordable and to be marketed as affordable. One of the things we know from recent California appellate decisions are that any inclusionary housing ordinances that pertain to rental housing are actually preempted by the Costa-Hawkins Act. So we're going to have to amend our ordinance in any event to address that issue. There's a case pending right now before the California Supreme Court that bears on inclusionary housing ordinances as they pertain to owner-occupied housing. And once we have that decision, which there's been oral argument on, so we are expecting at some point in the relatively near future we'll get a decision. We may have to make some changes to the ordinance depending on what the Supreme Court holds with respect to, in particular, the basis upon which those ordinances are adopted. We, in any event, don't fear that we'll have to do away with our ordinance, but we may have to do some adjusting to it. So that work will be forthcoming once we have more information from the courts. With respect to impact fees, again, you can see residential and commercial impact fees. In order to adopt these kinds of fees, among other things, you need to establish a nexus between the development of a commercial operation or the development of market rate housing and impact on the need for affordable housing. The 21 Elements has prepared or is in the process of preparing nexus studies that we can use as a basis for adopting these sorts of impact fees. We've had the opportunity to review the sort of model studies that 21 Elements has done using, I think it was Foster City as the sort of model city. So we have a really good sense of the structure of the reports, but we need the data that's specific to San Mateo County unincorporated area in order for us to bring this to you. But our expectation is that next month we'll have those studies in hand and we'll be able to work apace to bring those to you for your consideration.
The next two items relate to requests that the board has made regarding updated information. The first regards funding options, and staff will track cap and trade, other state and federal funding opportunities, and report back to your board as information is provided. The second report back item relates to sites for affordable housing. What we plan to do is provide the board with an annual update on the current status of county-owned property and any other agency-owned property that might be available for affordable housing. That includes some work we're doing in master planning on Tower Road, the county campus, and also looking at small infill sites.
Okay, and then some other immediate action items that were suggested by the board on March 17th. One was to include or somehow incorporate into our Affordable Housing Fund a preservation aspect of that. So looking at existing multifamily homes that are sometimes called naturally affordable and trying to keep those in the affordable category as opposed to losing them completely. In the NOFA that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the $6 million NOFA that just came in, we set aside $1 million of that for this purpose, for looking for, and most importantly, I think, developing a financial model for preserving existing multifamily that would be considered affordable now, making an investment, rehabbing to some degree, and then capping those rents. So we did receive a very interesting proposal in the NOFA for that activity. And as I say, it's really, it would be another tool in the toolbox. And we'll be looking closely at that. So there was also a suggestion, a question about conversion of hotels and motels. Under most of our NOFAs, that is possible. We include acquisition and rehab activities. The reason that we haven't seen much of it is that, unlike, say, some of our friends in the Central Valley, where there may be really undervalued or low, they're not undervalued, they're just very low value properties, in some cases, many cases, boarded up properties. We don't have that. So even our motels that we might think of as not the highest and best use could still be worth millions of dollars. But it is an activity which we include in our NOFAs that a developer could acquire and rehab housing using some of our funding. So it's something that we'll encourage them to look at. It's just, unfortunately, the opportunities aren't quite there in our county the way they might be in some less expensive parts of the state.
Another suggestion made by the board was to evaluate ways to overcome NIMBYism. And one of the ways in which we intend to tackle that issue is in our regulation updates is to make second units and affordable housing units use or a development that's allowed as a matter of right. So they're not discretionary hearings and permits required to pursue those, that people have an underlying ability to construct units that will be affordable.
The next set of report back items are those that require further research by staff. And these are the items that will come back to you in August to present detailed work plans and also budget recommendations. The first item on this list is a landlord-tenant mediation program. Currently, there are programs like this in San Jose, Palo Alto, and Los Gatos, and staff will research those and come back to you with a proposal around how we might replicate those programs in San Mateo County. The second item is an apartment registry program, which was suggested by Supervisor Slocum. San Jose tracks and monitors the health and safety conditions in apartments, and we're going to be evaluating that program. We'll also look at what our environmental health staff currently do in terms of inspecting programs and figure out what the gaps are and what we might need to do to expand the work that we're currently doing. The third item was home buyer assistance, which was something that was, which a number of you all expressed interest in. Home buyer support for employees, home buyer support for the public. Our Department of Housing is going to be looking at the Community College District program for employee housing. We'll also be looking at the Heart Opening Doors program, both of which involve second loans for down payments. Housing will develop a proposed program for consideration by your board that currently meets the current market situation. I think that's one of the challenges of both of those programs right now. The fourth item was an affordable housing bond, and as many of you may have read in the papers, this is something that Mayor Lee is putting forward in San Francisco. We will certainly do some research on that and come back to your board with information on what the county might do in that area. The fifth item is forgivable rehabilitation loans. The concept here would be if someone was provided a loan from the county to rehab a unit that in the past had been affordable, that in return for that loan, that unit would have to remain affordable for a certain period of time. There would be a deed restriction on the rent that could be charged for that program. Housing will also be looking into that, looking into potentially ways to leverage additional or available federal funding, possibly other partners for funding for such a program. And then finally, developing public employee housing. While Mr. Lowell has explained to us that there are constraints on tax credit funded housing around, you cannot limit the occupants of that type of housing to one particular group. We understand that the city of San Mateo has undertaken a project, and we will research what they've done to try to set aside some units for public employees.
Thank you. So with respect to rent stabilization, just cause eviction ordinances, we are in the process in our office of doing a real deep dive on sort of the practices throughout the state, kind of analyzing the obvious impact of Costa-Hawkins, doing outreach to various stakeholders in the community who have interest in this subject, and thoughts and ideas on ways that we could craft things that might or might not be rent stabilization related to rent stabilization. Again, just cause eviction. Some of the ideas we're also taking a look at are relocation assistance, just cause eviction in tandem with or maybe even separate from rent stabilization. But the idea is to take all of these ideas, get them all out, vet all of these sort of legal considerations, and then bring that to you in a written product in the near future. We're targeting June to have information to you on that.
So the final item that we are going to be reporting back on this afternoon is the request for a task force. And our affordable housing team has met with Supervisors Groom and Supervisor Slocum to talk about this concept. At this point, the concept is a city-county community task force that would meet monthly starting in September. The initial focus would be on education around issues around housing finance, transportation, the housing need, environmental constraints, and then move from that discussion, from that background discussion, onto a discussion of solutions and creative ideas to address this housing gap. The goal would be to include all communities in the discussion, and ideally, the county through the county and many of the cities in the county will have become very familiar with all the potential actions they can take through the 21 Elements project. I'm pleased to report that we'd initially thought that this project would be funded out of Measure A funds. The county manager has agreed to a proposal of including $250,000 in general fund money to support the task force. That would include consulting time, facilities, logistics. I'm not sure we'll need all of that, but we're pleased to have those resources available for this important project. So that concludes our report back on the 29 items that your board requested information on. If there are no questions on that report, I'm ready to move on to our proposed funding.
Let me just ask a quick question. I know I always ask this question, but there's a lot of work being done here. There are a lot of research items on this list, and I'm just checking in again to make sure that planning and housing and county manager's office and all of us have the resources available to get these studies done, because it seems like a whole heck of a lot of work, frankly.
Sure. Well, I can speak for the Department of Housing. So both through the amount that's here for Department of Housing to implement the Measure A items, and also County General Fund in our budget coming up, we feel confident. I am getting grayer by the day, I think, but it's actually a very exciting time, and we are in fact in the hiring process right now. We have one person that's already joined us, and another person who will be joining us fairly soon. So, but thank you.
From the planning side of things,
Chair, I had a similar question. Is that I hope those are not just agile positions, because we can't assume that this housing issue is going to be solved in 1 year. Mm-hmm. So I assume that they're more longer-term positions?
I agree. Yeah, no, we had, in our department, we had one, the reason it's not a position change in the upcoming budget, you'll see, we had a housing community development specialist that had been unfilled for years for lack of funding, so we're filling that, and then also one agile position as well.
For planning and building, we're lucky to have the in-house expertise of Will Gibson, who's been working on our housing element for many years now and is well equipped to pursue many of these policy updates that we mentioned. However, we are looking to backfill for some of the other work that he would otherwise be doing. And so part of the funding request does include a part-time planner to come in and help ensure that our level of service doesn't diminish while we take on these additional tasks. We're also requesting funds to obtain assistance from consultants who will help with the design templates and the promotional aspects of our second unit and small home programs.
And I'd say from county council's perspective, as I talk to my boss, I think we are really pleased that we're running hard, but we don't feel winded, and we have the opportunity to sort of draw from a real depth. I've got some colleagues, Manali Sheth, Melissa Andrikopoulos, Brian Kulich, who are all contributing to this project, and others. So I think we're in a really good place to be able to support this.
I noticed John Maltby's smiling and saying, "Good answers, guys. Good answers."
Question for Mr. Niblin. Is it an affordable housing bond? I assume that'd be a 2/3 vote. Is there any ambiguity about that?
I don't think there is. I think it is a 2/3 vote, yes.
Okay. And then for Mr. Will, I'm pleased that we put $1 million of the $6 million for the rehab project. And so before we do that next NOFA, we could have some discussion about how much we should put into that for the second one. I think it's a very promising project.
We'll report back on that and get your guidance, sure.
Okay. If we have a bunch of speakers cards, and then so we'll hear from them. Roberto Dominguez.
I have a heavy accent, so I'm going to have Araceli to translate for me.
Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, soy residente de San Mateo.
I'm a resident of San Mateo.
Y quiero compartir mi historia para que se den cuenta del alto costo de la renta, que es un problema grande en San Mateo.
I want to share my story with you so that to raise awareness about the high cost and the increasing rents that we are all facing in San Mateo.
En el 2007 perdí mi casa cuando la economía cayó.
In 2007, I lost my home when the economy took a downturn.
Y he vivido en Park Royal Apartments por más de 6 años, donde mi hijo nació y donde llamamos a esto como nuestra casa.
I have lived at Park Royal Apartments for over 6 years. This is where my son was born, and this is where we call home.
Recibimos nuestra llamada de 2 meses de desalojo en un lugar donde más de 70 familias viven.
We received an eviction notice that we had to vacate our apartment in 2 months. This was along with 70 other units in our complex that received this notice.
Estamos de $2,100 que pagamos, que de por sí es ridículo. Nos están subiendo a $3,500 y yo no puedo pagarlo.
We were paying $2,100, which is a lot already, and now the rent there is going to be $3,500.
And I can afford it, of course. Es por eso que estamos exigiendo control de renta. Nosotros somos buenos ciudadanos que pagamos nuestros taxis y pedimos que nos respeten con dignidad para nuestra comunidad y nuestros hijos.
That is why we are asking for a rent stabilization, because we are good citizens, we pay our taxes, and we deserve to be treated with dignity and respect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beatrice Hernandez.
Unfortunately, she's my wife. She has to go pick up my son.
Thank you. Guadalupe Gonzalez Silva.
Buenas tardes, antes que nada, y gracias por escucharme.
Good afternoon, and thank you for listening to me today.
Okay. La razón de que yo estoy aquí hoy es porque estoy en la misma situación que el señor.
The reason why I am here today is because I'm in a similar situation as Roberto's.
Bueno, el primero de este mes recibí la notificación, igual que todos los demás inquilinos que vivimos allí, somos 18 familias.
At the first of this month, I received an eviction notice along with 18 other units in my building.
Ok, tenemos 60 días para desalojar la propiedad. Salimos afuera, las rentas son muy elevadas, no podemos cubrirlos.
We have 60 days to vacate our apartment, and we go out and look for new apartments, and the rents are just too high. They're not something we can afford.
Mi familia y las familias en plural, todas las que vivimos allí, hemos entrado en pánico. Los niños escuchan los comentarios, los niños han entrado en pánico también.
We have us and the other 18 families that live in our building have entered into panic. Our children are seeing what is happening, and they start to panic as well.
Mi niño de 5 años que no está aquí ahorita, un día me dijo, mami, dice, ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿A dónde nos vamos a ir? Dije, papi, no sé.
My 5-year-old son, he's not here with me today, but he even asked me, Mom, what will we do? Where will we go?
¿Pero qué podemos hacer, mami? Digo, papi, digo, tenemos que ahorrar mucho para poder pagar la renta en otro lugar.
He asked, what will we do? And I say, I don't know. We have to save up to be able to afford these high rents.
Mi niño encontró unos centavitos por ahí tirados. Dice, mami, ¿dónde guardo esto? Para poder ahorrarlo y poder tener otra casa. Me quebró el corazón.
My son went around our house and picked up pennies and came to me and said, Mom, where do I save this up so that we can find a new home? And it breaks my heart.
Pero yo le dije, ¿sabes qué, papi? Mami lo va a guardar bien para que podamos tener otra casa.
And I told him, I will save it up. Don't worry, we'll find a new home.
Lo estoy guardando tan bien que estoy aquí hoy para que ustedes me escuchen y escuchen las voces de sus inocentes que son el futuro de este país.
I'm here today so that you hear me out and you hear the voices of these innocent children who are the future of our country.
Mi propósito hoy es pedirles que existan leyes que nos protejan como inquilinos.
My purpose for being here today is to ask that there be laws that protect us as renters.
Que existan leyes que propongan una renta, un control de renta, derechos para nosotros. Somos seres humanos, merecemos respeto, merecemos ser tratados con dignidad.
Laws that create stable rents, that protect our families, and that allow us to be treated with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret McBride.
Good afternoon. I'm an attorney with Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto, and our organization provides legal assistance to low-income tenants throughout San Mateo County. And in that work, I see every day the devastating effects, like you just heard, that the housing crisis is having on families in our community. For that reason, I just wanted to come here and thank the board for your efforts to date to look for a multifaceted solution to this extremely complex problem. Particularly your efforts to find a solution that encompasses both production, which is necessary to address the severe imbalance between the supply of and demand for affordable housing in our county, as well as, a solution that encompasses preservation strategies, which are extremely, extremely important to make sure that the long-term residents who are so important to our community are actually still here to benefit from the increased production of housing. So again, as you already know, and as I'm sure you'll hear again and again, this is an extremely complicated problem. I just wanted to thank the board for your efforts and encourage you to continue exploring all potential solutions to this crisis in our community. Thank you.
Ms. McBride. Roberto Vale.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos y a cada uno de ustedes. Mi nombre es Roberto. Mis compañeros y yo vivimos en el parque de trailers Redwood City Trailer Village, ubicado en 855 Barron Avenida, cerca de la escuela Fair Oaks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roberto. I come here with a few other friends of mine who live at Trailer Park Redwood Trailer Village, located at F855 Barron Avenue, near Fair Oaks School.
Venimos a exponer la difícil situación de vivienda que estamos pasando.
We are here to talk about the difficult situation, the difficult housing situation that we are going through.
Hay un señor que está en proceso de comprar el parque y nos está exigiendo que cortamos o destruimos parte de nuestro hogar, las trailers.
There is someone in process of buying the trailer park and is asking us to destroy part of or all of our homes.
Él dice que el condado lo está presionando para hacer esta corrección, pero este parque tiene más de 40 años.
He is claiming that the county is pressuring him to make different fixes and arrangements, but this trailer park has been standing for over 40 years.
Funcionando así como está, y también cuenta con los permisos al día.
It has been standing for 40 years as is, and with the proper permits.
Para funcionar como parque de las trailers.
To be able to function as a trailer park.
Habemos 50 familias viviendo ahí, con aproximadamente 100 niños de toda edad, pero al quedarnos sin vivienda, nuestros niños y jóvenes aún ser afectados para lograr sus metas y académicas.
Right now, there are about 50 families living in this trailer park that includes approximately 100 children who are range in all sorts of ages and who would be affected immensely in their education.
Porque sus padres perderían todo el dinero que aún invirtieron y compraron o reparar sus hogares.
Because their parents would lose all of the money that they have invested in these or bought or put into these trailers.
En nombre de todos los residentes queremos que lleguen a un de acuerdo, y el condado el nuevo dueño que quiere comprar. Gracias.
I'm here on behalf of all our tenants at the trailer park to ask that there be an agreement where our families would not be affected negatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar Vasquez.
Mi nombre es Oscar Vázquez. Estamos representando un pequeño grupo de 50 familias.
My name is Oscar Vasquez. I am here representing a small group of 50 families.
Estamos preocupados porque vemos que en el futuro nos van a convertir en homeless.
We are worried because we see that in the future they might turn us, that we might lose our homes and become homeless.
Sabemos que ustedes tienen cierto poder para hacer pues un milagro en nuestras vidas.
We know that you have certain power to be able to bring about a miracle in our lives.
Contamos con ustedes y es un honor para mí ver gente tan importante como ustedes.
We are counting on you, and it's an honor to be in front of you today.
Y que Dios los bendiga. Piensen en nosotros, en nuestros hijos y en el futuro Mi hija se va a graduar de la Universidad de San Francisco.
I come here and I hope that you can listen to us, our families, our children. My daughter is about to graduate from San Francisco State.
Mi hijo apenas va a entrar a Sonoma, a la Universidad de Sonoma.
My son is going to be at the university in Sonoma.
Mi hija, la más chica, tiene diabetes.
My youngest daughter has diabetes.
Solo queremos vivir en paz.
We just want to be able to have a peaceful living.
Gracias y esperemos que no nos olviden.
Thank you, and I hope you will not forget us.
Thank you for coming. Does anyone know about the Redwood Trailer Village? Redwood Mobile Home Village? Okay, we will check on this, and if somebody will, we have your name and address, so we will check on this. So, that's the end of our public comment. Any comments to the staff, or just?
I'd just like to make a comment and say what a great job you've done in really laying this out for us. I mean, it really has been helpful, and also you were very kind to meet with us to really get into the weeds a little bit with some of this. But it's, there's a lot of work ahead of you. I mean, this, we can't kid ourselves. This is a huge issue for us at the county, but I appreciate the great work that went into this, and it's very helpful because we really have a roadmap, and that's really helpful for us, and to help the community when they ask us, what are you doing about affordable housing or housing in general? We can really show them that we're hitting the ground running, so thank you.
Supervisor Pine?
I think you've done a great job moving all these issues forward, and I've shared some of this work with colleagues on city councils, and I'm sure once the housing committee gets up, a lot of this stuff can be packaged up, and because of course we only have the unincorporated, but all these tools, we have to get our cities to adopt as many of these tools as possible. One that I'm particularly keen on is this these commercial impact fees, because as we know, I think there's 14 million square feet of commercial coming down the pipe, and I would urge us, even though, again, it may not, maybe we can get that done and try to set an example for cities, because we want to get that in place before this stuff gets built, in my view. And then finally, on the rent stabilization, I think I've said earlier, but just to reiterate that I'm definitely very interested in looking at tenant protections as to like length of lease and time, notice before termination, and those sort of things. So I know you're working on that.
Absolutely.
I just have one more comment, and I don't know if someone, maybe with the Department of Housing, Bill, at one of our previous meetings, we had the Apartment Association talk to us and tell us how great they were about meeting with landlords so the tenants won't be affected. Well, when I hear that they're going to increase rent by $1,400 a month, and you're talking, I think, 79 or 80 families in one apartment complex, something's missing there. Mm-hmm. And, since it's in a city, we don't have jurisdiction, but I really believe we need to reach out to the apartment associations, because that's almost 80 families that would be displaced. I mean, that doesn't make sense if they're so good about mediating and all. And I'd certainly like them to take a look at that spot in San Mateo that was at the Royal.
It's Park Royal.
Park Royal.
Park Royal, in almost on the Burlingame line.
Mm-hmm. Just
Agreed.
A quick comment for myself is that if I keep hearing about rents that go from $2,000 to $3,500, I think we may be forced to do rent control, and I don't think the apartment owners are going to like that. So they need to start thinking about the way in which they're jacking these rents up. It just is unconscionable.
I guess the other question I'd ask on that too, is there any level of discrimination that's being placed here and who are these families and how can they go about displacing 80 families? I mean, there's got to be something legally perhaps we can take a look at.
I think some of the protections could go to like length of time, what kind of, on what cause does someone have to evict someone? Some of those things could be done. I mean, ultimately, it's possible, and it's horrifying, and it's heartbreaking to hear the actual situation and read about those. it's we need the cooperation of the apartment association. They have been doing work, but we really need their leadership, and I think your leadership really helps tremendously in this. I don't know if it's making a difference. We did a study. We constantly study our voucher holders, and we know, of course, they're confidential information, and we look at, I was worried of what was the rent burden of voucher holders, that it was suddenly all over 50% or more, and it really is not. In fact, some are quite low, and what's happening? And there are landlords who, and I think it's really the smaller, locally owned landlords who don't raise their rents as rapidly or as often, and sometimes some things owned by large corporations from outside the area, outside the state, have no stake. So that's I don't have all the data to back that up, but we were shocked when we looked at the rent burden of our existing voucher holders, 4,000 families, and how many of those were not rent burdened at all, and we wondered what is happening. And we looked at the landlords, and their landlords hadn't raised their rents very much, or not nearly to what they could. They were cooperating, so it's interesting to.
In some of our conversations with community stakeholders, some of the other things we saw that might address some of the points raised might also include relocation assistance and the extent to which we might be able to work that in. And that's not something that's actually preempted as far as we can tell by Costa-Hawkins. So it might be a tool that we could bring to bear even separate and distinct from rent stabilization, or as part of rent stabilization.
Supervisor Slocum.
Thank you. I just wanted my colleagues to know that I believe I have an appointment with the folks from the trailer court next week, right? We actually set that up. Okay, so that's point one. The other thing I was wondering from the county manager if we ever got the count on the number of pre-1995 units. It seems odd to see you standing there.
The individual in the assessor's office that prepares that report is in the process, is involved in closing the roll, and the assessor says that as soon as she can be freed from that, she'll prepare that report for us. He had promised it to you a week ago Monday, and it was promised again this Monday. I'll check with him one more time.
Thank you. And one other thing, Mr. Niblin and the rest of the panel, I've heard through being in the community, through the grapevine, nothing official, that there are a number of trailer courts, mobile home parks, that are being talked about to be sold to develop housing inventory. Not affordable housing inventory, but housing inventory. And especially concerning some of the courts across the freeway here are in an unincorporated, I think one is an unincorporated, and the rest may be in incorporated Redwood City. Not sure about that. But not wanting to add to your workload, I'm wondering if we could be proactive to see if there are state law, or what are the state laws regarding trailer mobile home park conversions, and what we might do about that, if anything, because the demand for housing for the workers in this area is not going to go away. And I think that's, from what I've heard, that area is the next big development area. So to be appreciated.
Definitely.
What we can do, Supervisor Slocum, is evaluate all the projects we have on the table and identify the ones that might be proactive in dealing with those sorts of issues and fast track those. I'm thinking potentially, Steve, of the no let loss policy.
Thank you. Yeah, but I think what we've seen happen in Palo Alto with their trailer park, I'm sure is going through everyone's minds. And so I think maybe the add to Supervisor Slocum's question is, we have a handful of trailer parks in unincorporated. So what is there anything we can do to get ahead of a potential buyer could drop down anytime? And then what?
think in the past, some of our most successful affordable housing developments in Colma and South San Francisco were built on former trailer parks, and what we had was redevelopment. You know, I'm thinking of 636 El Camino. South City Redevelopment bought that property and created 100 affordable units there in that project, and the bridge project next to Colma Station. It's, you know, some of the, I hear exactly what you're saying. We're in harmony, and then, you know, the loss of redevelopment was yet another blow. You know that story.
Okay, well, we accept your report, and
Accept?
I guess we do.
I'll make the motion to accept the report.
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
With those added little
Yeah.
additional
And then
work for you.
And then I think if there's a way that, whether by keeping us informed by memo or by coming back every 3, 4 months to the board meetings, so because I think this is, for sure, we want to stay on top of this.
I anticipate we'll be in front of the board very frequently.
Excellent, excellent.
Also, if you wouldn't mind, I think where you're going with the memo, and some of these ones where we're gonna look at the trailer park and we're gonna look at some of these apart, if we could get something back before 4 months, I mean, like
Yeah.
in a
Oh,
memo
yeah.
and find out what's really happening, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, there was the article in the paper yesterday too, about this Clinton Street in Redwood City. You know, that's not us, unfortunately, it's the city of Redwood City, but, you know, maybe we have chats with our various cities as we move forward. Thank you all very much. Let's go to item number 11, Pacific Energy Advisors. Who's doing that? Oh, Mr. Eggemeyer.
Good afternoon, President Groom,
Stop it.
Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, and Mr. Byers is still in the office.
Thank you. Take that little boy home with us. So cute. Yeah. You can spend the rest of the day here.
So the main reason for being here today is your consideration of a contract. But I did want to take the opportunity to really explain what the Office of Sustainability has been doing relative to community choice energy for the past 6 months. So today's presentation, an overview, a little bit of background on our proposal, and also the background for the last few months, and the RFP process, the next steps that we'll be taking, and then our outreach efforts and our recommendation. So the proposal is relative to a contract agreement with Pacific Energy Advisors to complete our technical study for community choice energy program here in San Mateo County. A little bit of background here. The Office of Sustainability initiated the efforts before your board back in December, and in which you did authorize the office to proceed on a number of items relative to a focused outreach to educate and engage staff, city managers, and city councils, as well as additional outreach efforts that included community groups, businesses, and stakeholders. And then following up in February, we came before the board and asked for an amount of $300,000 for phase 1 of a 3-phased project to form a CCE program here in San Mateo County. This main component of phase 1 is the development of this technical study, which will analyze the economics, technical feasibility, and the risk associated with starting a joint powers agreement. So, and also I'd like to share with you, back in February, at that particular time, we had 15 cities that had indicated participation in the technical study, and then soon after that hearing, we had 5 additional cities that submitted their load data release letters. So therefore, we were happy to report all 20 cities in San Mateo County are participating along with the county in this particular technical study. So the RFP process back in April, we distributed it to 17 businesses throughout the United States. We received 3 proposals and in turn formulated a committee to review and ultimately interview the top proposal. And Pacific Energy was the selected, and we then worked out a final scope of work that was refined along with a particular contract amount. Some of the next steps that we are taking right now is where we are waiting for the load data from PG&E. We're expecting that June 1st, so that's just soon and right around the corner, so the timing is perfect for kicking off our technical study. And then the technical study draft will be due in 60 days. That was written into the contract. So we're looking to see that approximately around August 1st. And then soon after, we're hoping to final that document under our reviews. And then we'll have something we'll be able to publish for your consideration. So we're looking to return to your board in September and October, depending upon the schedules associated with your board hearings. I'd like to also share with you some of our outreach and advisory committee efforts. The first one is Circle Point, and they are a graphics and multimedia consultant that we have contracted with, and we've developed here, we're in the process of developing our website. We're very close to having a splash page that we'll be sharing, and also the branding efforts associated with that. We've also had a trifold brochure. This is what we have here in my hand. This has been very helpful in distribution to the different tabling events that we have, as well as our outreach, being able to concisely put something in a handout for people to understand what our efforts are all about. We're also, efforts are now underway to hold our first advisory committee meeting here next Thursday, May 28th, 7 p.m. at the San Mateo County Event Center in San Mateo. And then in addition, for the last 6 months, I'd like to share with you kind of our total outreach. We've been able to meet with 12 different cities, government entities, and councils, and community groups. We've met with 5 different ones, as well as 4 business area efforts. And then we've also been at tabling, and we've had 6 events where we've been able to distribute our brochure and answer questions about CCE throughout the county. During Earth Week, we also participated in numerous events with these tabling efforts. We have also reached out to the business community in partnership with SAMCETA, along with the Chamber of Commerce's from San Mateo, Redwood City, and South San Francisco, wherein we had a lunch hour roundtable event. And we had 3 speakers from the private industry. One was Spear Point Energy relative to solar. Another was Whole Foods, and then also Sonoma Clean Power Energy, or Sonoma Clean Energy was there to share their experiences on CCE efforts. And then also we've had specific meetings with Genentech up north and Facebook down south in San Mateo County. So this afternoon, we are asking for the adoption of a resolution authorizing this agreement. And in summary of all of the efforts by the team in the Office of Sustainability, Gordon and Kirsten, along with Sean Marshall from Lean Energy, Seth Baruch, David Baruto from Supervisor Pine's office, Ricky Bach from Supervisor Groom's office, Supervisor Pine and Supervisor Groom, we are all requesting the adoption of this resolution for our technical study. And I'm available for any questions that you may have now.
Questions?
I'll go ahead and move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Regmeyer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your efforts on this
Yes.
project. We
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 12, County Manager's Report. We have it in our hand.
I was just going to highlight one before Jim leaves, one item, and that is I'm really pleased to announce that Jim Egelmeyer has been appointed the permanent director of the Office of Sustainability. Jim has done a marvelous job in getting the department organized, off the ground, and really functioning on a number of different fronts. And I'm absolutely convinced he's the right person to take it forward and really do some wonderful things for this county.
We agree. We agree. Board member reports. start with you, Supervisor Horsley? Okay, no vacation report?
No.
Supervisor DeCier?
Yes, I do have a couple adjourned memories, if I may. The first one is Lonnie Baker. She died on April 29th in Tucson, Arizona. She was a former resident of Daly City. She had boundless energy and curiosity in both her personal and professional life. She worked at the Lunar and Planetary Lab at University of Arizona on the calibration and analysis for the imaging of the Pioneer 10 and 11 spacecrafts. She was also the astronomer for the Caribbean Halley's Comet cruise. She used to take hundreds of children or give talks to children at the planetarium. In 2005, she is honored by noted astronomers Davy Levy and Carolyn Shoemaker when asteroid 30934 was named Baker Hansen, which was co-named with her husband. She leaves behind her husband of 23 years, Todd Hansen, and her sister Yanni Beers, 4 nieces and 1 nephew. She will be sorely missed. Also, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Matthew Walters. He was a very young individual who passed away last month. He had a bright personality, a warm heart, and a great smile. He was a huge fan of the outdoors, often on the slopes. He recently graduated from Carmont High School, where he enjoyed everything sports-related, including basketball and baseball. He's survived by his father, Eric Walters, and his mother, Marion Leon, brother Joseph Walters, and his grandparents, and many friends and family. And the third adjourned memory is for Fernando Vasquez. He passed away recently of stomach cancer at the age of 59. He was the architect who shaped the new 49ers Stadium and the expansion of UC Berkeley's Memorial Stadium. And one of the 2 words that described him in the paper was that he was energetic and engaging. And the reason I'm adjourning in his memory, he was actually the one that took us on the tour of Levi Stadium. Probably 6-8 months ago, before it actually opened. Maybe it's longer than that now. And he was just that energetic and engaging. He truly believed in the work he did. He was very excited about the work he did. He knew every detail of the project, and he was terrific, and I really appreciate his effort there. And last, just one announcement, Disaster Preparedness Day. The 11th annual will be on Saturday, June 6th. Free parking and admission to those who arrive between 10 and 11. And there'll be CPR classes, all kinds of things. Also, I lied, I have another announcement. Upcoming Age Well Drive Smart seminars. There's one this Thursday in Pacifica at the Pacifica Senior Center at 9 a.m. There'll be another one in South City on July 28th and another one in Belmont on August 25th. I do hope you go to that one in Pacifica, Don.
I will. I'll be there.
And that's all I have.
Supervisor Pine? Supervisor Slocum?
Thank you. 2 quick announcements. Our annual Be Seen Keeping It Clean event in North Fair Oaks is Saturday, May 30th. You'll remember that last year we had 150 volunteers and picked up 6,000 pounds of trash. So May 30th. The other thing, I know you've all been following on Twitter about the San Mateo hackathon event that's going to take place. And it's generated quite a bit of traffic on Twitter. And for more information, anybody that wants to can go to hack-smc.org, and that event's on Saturday, June 6th from 8:30 to 6 p.m.
That's it? Okay. We're going to adjourn to, or we're going to move to closed session. Mr. Byers. Mr. Byers, will you report out from closed session, please?
Indeed. The board met in closed session on 3 items. and only took final reportable action on one item, and that is the matter of the workers' compensation lawsuit involving David Barrett, and the board unanimously agreed to settle David Barrett's workers' compensation claim for $59,110.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned.